Good evening, everyone. Good evening. It is now 5 o'clock. I'd like to call the meeting to order at 5 o'clock. Abby will read the language under public content. Thank you, Abby.
Thank you. In order to help assure compliance with the Brown Act, and in order to make our board meetings more effective and more efficient, trustees will speak only when recognized, and trustees who speak on a topic other than the agenda item currently under consideration will be out of order. Board meeting protocols. The safety and decorum of the school board meetings are important to Stockton Unified School District and the community. SUSD promotes the public's right to free speech, and we want to make sure that all community members, parents, and students are able to participate in a safe manner. We want to ensure all community members have a seat during the board meeting. We will have the maximum number of chairs allowed per Fire Code 132. We ask that members of the public do not stand along the side of walls or block the walkway. Anyone standing up during the meeting will be asked to take a seat. If they do not comply, they will be asked to leave. Any accredited news representative who is standing will have a press credential clearly visible. There is a table and chair positioned in front of the first row of chairs. No one other than the person who is speaking may be at the table except for a guardian, administrator, or translator. For safety, people may not line up behind the speaker to wait their turn. We want to give the person at the table the time and respect they deserve. Each speaker will be allowed 3 minutes. Attendees are not allowed to enter the area past the table where board members are sitting. No profanity or obscenity. During the board meeting, if there is a disruption, the board president or designee will give a verbal warning to the person or persons causing the disruption. If the disruption continues after the verbal warning, the individual will be asked to leave or be removed from the premises for the remainder of the board meeting. After the meeting is concluded, we ask the community to clear the lobby area in a respectful manner. Thank you.
Thank you, Abby. Moving on to item 1.2, roll call taken by Abby.
President Angel Ann Flores.
Present.
Thank you. Vice President Kenita Stevens.
Present.
Vice President Stevens.
Present. Can you hear me? Present. Can you hear me, Abby? Present.
Yes, thank you. Clerk Sophia Colon.
Present.
Thank you. Trustee Donald Donaire.
Present.
Thank you. Trustee Cecilia Mendez.
Present.
Trustee Alicia Rico.
Presente.
Thank you. Trustee Raymond Zulueta.
Here.
And student rep Miss Abby Welker is absent this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to item 1.3, and in student board rep Abby's absence, our student honoree Alexia Castaneda has graciously agreed to read our our reps comments report. Thank you.
STAG would like to celebrate FFA and their week of events, and thank Bonnie the Highland Cow for making another appearance at STAG to help educate students. We would like to celebrate the success of the Parent-Teacher Conference held on February 16th. Congratulations to the STAG's girls basketball team for making first place in league. In the first year that STAG Academic Decathlon returns to the competition, would like to congratulate students for their recent competition placement. STAG finished 7th out of 14 girls, Gia Marone, 1st in prepared, speech Armando Garcia, 3rd in interview, and Evan Kohler, 3rd in music. STAG had a successful career exploration day with guest speakers from the community, making a powerful connection with students and helping students see many different pathways towards community and career success. Parent Coffee Hour will be held in the library March 2nd at 8:45 a.m. FAFSA Stockton Scholars Workshop will be held on March 2nd in the library at 9:45 a.m. This week is March Madness Spirit Week, and students are having fun even though there is rain. Friday, we are ending March Madness Week with a rally. Counselors have been visiting K through 8 for incoming freshmen to register them for classes. Administrators have been participating in monthly PLC training, and Franklin will be participating in some in-depth PLC training during the rest of the school year. Leadership hosted a senior assembly that was well attended. Our parent class has had consistent attendance and facilitated by parents by choice. From Chavez. Chavez would like to celebrate their 6-year WASC recommendation. We would also like to celebrate the 12th grader, Tatum Cahomi, the girls' state wrestling champion. Freshmen enjoyed a grade level rally. We look forward next week to holding our whole school rally, plus held a fair during lunch, which was enjoyed by many students.
Good job. Good job, Alexia. And now we will introduce Miss Alexia again so that you can hear all about her and why she stepped up so quickly for us. Can I call Mr. Craig Jorgensen, interim principal of Pacific Law Academy, to the table and mic, please?
Good evening, Board President Flores, Board Trustees, Superintendent Dr. Miller. Tonight is my pleasure to introduce Ms. Alexia Castaneda. Alexia is currently a senior at Pacific Law Academy. She has been a fantastic student in the classroom while holding a GPA of 3.98, sorry. On campus, Alexia has had a big impact on our school culture and climate with her involvement in student leadership as well as PLUS. Outside of the class, she has been a cheerleader at Stagg High School for all 4 years. And on a lighter note, Alexia was one of the first students to introduce herself to me and welcome me to the PLA family. And I look forward to seeing all the great things she will accomplish after she graduates from PLA. So at this time, let me introduce again, Alexia Castaneda.
Good evening, SUSD Board Trustees. I want to thank you all for having me. My name is Alexia Castaneda. I am currently a senior at Pacific Law Academy. I have been a student at Pacific Law throughout my 4 years of high school. I attended co-open school from kindergarten through 8th grade, both being exceptional schools. Throughout my high school and elementary school years, I have been very privileged and thankful to have had amazing teachers and staff members that have guided me and motivated me to reach my goals. As I reflect on my elementary school years, I recall the various field trips that my school took us on. Trips that continuously influence hands-on learning, whether it had been to science museums or to the zoo. They all taught me lessons that I could have simply not learned on campus. I will never forget the colleges I got the opportunity to have a tour of in 7th and 8th grade. It was times like those that helped me think ahead, giving me real hope for a strong future. In those moments, I knew that I wanted to continue my education. A strong influence in my life was my 8th grade teacher, Yolanda Cordero, who let us do various amounts of projects in her class, letting our creativity flow. Being able to work with others enhanced my work ethic as well as my team player skills. Speaking from experience, this has not only helped me in school, but also within my community. I am more than sure that it will help me later on in life. I strongly believe that every student deserves the opportunity to go on field trips funded by their school. Attending Pacific Law Academy has been the highlight of my teenage years. I enjoy the family-like community, the numerous clubs, and the one-on-one teacher and student communication. Throughout these 4 years, I have been able to be a part of the leadership class at PLA. This class puts together rallies and spirit weeks for the school. I was also in Plus, where our mission was to improve our school's environment. We would have discussions around the opportunity to take classes such as driver's ed or Red Cross instruction. We feel these classes are important hands-on life skills that would truly prepare students for the real world. By doing so, we constantly spoke and interacted with our peers on issues that needed to be resolved around our school. Pacific Law Academy is truly a college prep school. Although it can get challenging, no student is ever left behind because teachers offer tutoring after school. And we have an amazing counselor, Miss Tomlin, whose door is always open. It amazes me that she takes the time to meet with every single senior student when applying to colleges, because we all know it can get very stressful. Although it wasn't easy, I am happy to say that all my hard work paid off, and I will be attending Sacramento State University this upcoming school year, where I will be, thank you, where I will be majoring in nursing. After college, I hope to start my career back here in Stockton. I want to thank the SUSD School Board for their continued support for Pacific Law Academy. Thanks to Pacific Law Academy, I have had the best high school experience. From the staff to the students, it is a very positive and uplifting environment. Again, thank you all for having me.
I could see why you're the rep. Good job. Is your family here with you today?
Yes, my mom and my little brother are right there.
We're going to have them come up and get a picture with you.
Thank you.
And then did you want to? And it seems like you're right along the lines of being a SUSD staff by stepping in when we needed you right away. Thank you. Moving on to item 1.5, recognition of the 2023 California Exemplary Arts Educational School, Fremont Elementary. And I would like to call Ms. Tamara Pornoides, Director of Educational Services, to the table on the mic, please.
Now we have to remember to keep the button pushed down, right? Good evening, Board President Flores, Vice President Stevens, and Superintendent Miller, and trustees. It is my honor and it's my privilege to introduce to you the team behind me. Fremont Elementary School is a phenomenal place to be. It's a phenomenal, just incredible, the arts and education and the push towards the arts and education and being a part of a California distinguished school. I don't think we celebrate enough, and we can get there, and we can do it, and we have proved it. So Fremont, thank you for letting me be a part of your team. I appreciate it very much, and the opportunity was huge. So let me just tell you a little bit about what this award was for. It's kind of hard to push the button at the same time. So it's a California 2023 Distinguished Schools. Was also recognized along with the National Blue Ribbon Schools and the 2022 Civic Learning Award Schools. So this opportunity for Fremont was in front of probably close to 1,000 folks from across California. And it was just a really great time to be showcased and to recognize Fremont School. So without further ado, enough about me. I will hand it off to Ms. Carter, the principal of Fremont.
Good evening, Stockton Unified Board Trustees, President Flores, Vice President Stevens, members of the board, and Interim Superintendent, Dr. Tracy Miller. I am Amber Carter, the principal of John C. Fremont Elementary School, also known as Fremont Lopez. It is an honor to accept this award on behalf of my staff and students, and some of who are in attendance this evening. Our teachers are committed to helping students learn through the arts as a way to develop their academic, social, emotional, and communication skills. Fremont became a turnaround arts school 8 years ago. When I was hired as principal in 2019, I continued to grow the vision and mission of the program with our staff and students by offering professional development for all certificated staff in arts integration. At Fremont, our TK through 6th grade students receive between 30 and 50 minutes of arts instruction weekly from our art specialists. Our 7th and 8th grade students receive 100 minutes weekly through a rostered arts pathway class of their choice. And classes are offered in visual and digital art, as well as music, dance, and theater. The California Exemplary Arts Award is based on the fact that during the 21-22 year while recovering from COVID, our students were still able to have the opportunity to study at least 3 different arts disciplines. This included meeting with our art specialists as well as the arts integration lessons used by classroom teachers during their core instruction. It is an honor to accept this award on behalf of my staff and students, and thank you very much to the board for this recognition.
Can we get all Fremont staff to stand if there's any staff here? Can you guys come up and get a picture with your?
I'm proud to present you all with an award, but I just want to say first, I'm also really proud as a former Fremont student, as well as my family on my mother's side. We also went to Fremont. So it's just really heartwarming to be able to present this award to you all. And just thank you for working hard. And I'm sure all the students are so proud to be in your classes and to take advantage of arts and education. So thank you.
So their art exhibit at the Hagen Museum still goes on till March 4th or 5th. And then their art's going to be showing at Stanislaus County as well. Go Fremont.
Okay, moving on to Mr. Zarif, recognition of the San Joaquin Engineers Council 2023 Distinguished Service Award recipient, Mr. Osman Zarif, principal of Weber Institute. And can we have Joshua Tom, Director of Educational Services, to the table, and Mike, please?
Good afternoon, members of the board, Superintendent Miller. It is my pleasure to introduce Mr. Zarif tonight. I've worked with him since before I needed reading glasses to introduce him. And it's a proud day to be able to recognize him today. He was recently recognized for the Distinguished Service Award with the San Joaquin Engineers Council. He has been an employee of Stockton Unified for 28 years, starting as a substitute teacher, then assistant principal, and now principal. The nominations for Distinguished Services Award are for individuals who've given their time and services freely for the benefit of the engineering profession and for the community, and to award those whom have shown an exceptional dedication and passion to the engineering and allied professions without expectations of financial reward. And I'd like to take this opportunity to say that Mr. Zarif has shown the same dedication, compassion, and passion for educating the children of Stockton, and is also recognized for his 28 years of service to Stockton Unified Youth with the same exceptional dedication. And it's been a privilege and an honor to have worked with him.
So I definitely did not prepare a speech. But want to say again, as Mr. Tom said, I've been in the district for 28 years, and that service that they recognize me for is for the work I've done in Stockton Unified. And my bachelor's is in mechanical engineering, and so think like an engineer some, and have always tried to just help kids do better. One of the things that talked about with them was getting in the district and teaching math, just seeing how poorly kids were doing, and just making it my passion to improve the outcome of students in our district in terms of math and now everything. So I thank Stockton Unified for allowing me the opportunity to provide this service, because if it wasn't for you, then I wouldn't be here either. So thank you very much.
And Donald's going to come down and get that picture, that award picture with you. Thank you. Moving on to item 1.7, recognition of our SUSD's Counselor of the Year, Miss Barbara Greenwood, Edison High School, and can Miss Marianne Santella, Interim Director of Student Support Services, to the table and the mic, please. Thank you.
Good evening, Board President Flores, Vice President Stevens, Board of Trustees, and Interim Superintendent Dr. Miller. I am both honored and privileged to introduce you to this year's Stockton Unified School District Counselor of the Year Award recipient, Miss Barbara Greenwood. I first met Barbara 25 years ago when she started as a high school counselor at Edison High School. Who would have thought 25 years later, she has become quite the prominent figure on Edison's campus. Not only has Barbara been a school counselor at Edison, she has also spent the last 16 years leading her team of counselors as a counseling department chair. Over the years, her career has given her an exceptional balance and diverse perspective. Her endeavors include mentoring counselors throughout the district, serving and leading a multitude of committees, representing counselors at local and state conferences, and promoting programs and services for students, such as AVID, Project Lead the Way, and Career Technical Ed, just to name a few. Her knowledge and skill set allow her to be an asset in planning, collaborating, and implementing school and district-wide programs. But Barbara's real achievement is in her ability to connect with students, staff, and parents, building relationships and maintaining them throughout her years. Barbara's commitment to Edison High School and students is stellar, and her value is felt throughout the community. With no further ado, I'd like to introduce Ms. Barbara Greenwood.
As I look around the room, I see so many faces that have come through Edison as I look in the front and I look in the back. But I do want to take this second to congratulate Mr. Zarif. Mr. Zarif and I both started nearly our careers at Edison before either of us had gray hair yet. I couldn't do it without my team at Edison. They're phenomenal. They're really the backbone behind me. And then I'd love to represent all of Stockton Unified. So it's not, I mean, I'm Counseling of the Year up here, but any one of us could be up here. So just want to thank everybody for the honor.
Thank you. We're going to have Trustee Mendez come down and get a picture with you.
Thank you. If you can wait a little bit for me, Barbara, you know, we know each other for a long time. So I want to thank you on behalf of the parents and you help. When everybody went to everywhere, the children, the Familia Gonzalez, the Dueñas, Hernandez, Gonzalez, Dueñas, Almirantes, and also the Lee family, and of course, the Mendez family. Jenny would not made it with all the things that you did, and my son either. Thank you, and I'm coming right now to give you this honor. You really deserve it. Thank you.
Franco, I think you were a student of hers, right?
Well, then you need to get up there and get a picture with them. Congratulations to all the award recipients today. Stockton Unified, we are very proud of all of you. Moving on to item 1.8, which is oral suggestions, and Yvette will announce the number of public comments and request that each person to provide their public comment in order that they were received, and Christina will be the timekeeper.
Thank you, Madam President. There's actually no comment cards at this time.
Just want to make sure there's no call. I believe you, but I don't want to make any mistake of not letting anyone speak. So
no comment cards for a closed session section.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. Moving on to items 1.9, which is public employee discipline dismissal release. And this is only if an employee requests that complaints or charges be heard in open session. Diane, do we have any?
We have none.
Thank you. And then moving on to 1.10, the board will consider in closed session items listed in closed session by our Vice President, Kenita Stevens.
Thank you, Trustee Flores. So we'll be looking at 2.1, public employee appointment, certificated resignation, retirement, and appointment. 2.2, public employee appointment, classified, leave of absence, resignation, retirement, and appointment. 2.3, public employee appointment, professional expert coaches appointment. 2.4, conference with labor negotiator, district chief agency negotiators, Dr. Tracy E. Miller, interim superintendent, and Ms. Wendy D. Simone, interim assistant superintendent of human resources, employee organizations, STA, CSCA 821, CSCA 318, CSCA 885, SUSU, SPPA, Police Officers Association, USA, NUHW, and non-represented employees. 2.5, public employee discipline, dismissal, and release. 2.6, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, subsection D1, claim by Andrea Castellone. 2.7, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation under subsection D2 and E2 of Government Code section 54956.9 for cases.
Thank you. We will go ahead and recess to closed session. Abby will read the oral announcement. Oh, wait, sorry. Closed session.
Thank you. The board will now recess to closed session. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for hanging in there with us. We would like to reconvene to public session at 6:52 p.m. We start off with the Pledge of Allegiance led by Clerk Sophia Colon, Area 6. Okay, and we'll go ahead and move on to item 4.2, which is action taken in closed section by Vice President Kenita Stevens.
Thank you, Trustee Flores. So in closed session 2.1, we motion to approve public employee appointment certificated, leave of absence, resignation, retirement, and appointment. Motion passed unanimously. 2.2, motion to approve public employee appointment, classified, leave of absence, resignation, retirement, and appointment. Motion passed 4-1-2 with trustees yes votes coming from trustee Colon, Flores, Donaire, and Stevens. 1 no vote coming from trustee Mendez and 2 abstentions coming from trustees Rico and Zulueta. (2.3) Public employee appointment. Motion passed for professional expert coaches and appointment. It passed unanimously. 2.4 was information only. 2.5, board motion to approve the non-reelection of 1 probationary noon duty assist. With the roll call vote, it passed 6-1. Yes votes coming from Colon, Donaire, Flores, Rico, Stevens, and Zulueta. 1 no vote coming from trustee Mendez. Also 2.5, case number 2, motion was made to recommend the final action taken to be taken to terminate the employment of Superintendent Emeritus pursuant with the resignation and transition agreement dated June 9th, 2022, effective as soon as notice can be provided. There is a roll call vote. It passed 4-1. Yes votes coming from trustees Colon, Donaire, Flores, and Stevens. We had 2 no votes coming from trustees Mendez and Rico, and 1 abstention coming from trustee Zulueta. 2.6, the motion was made to pay and accept the claim for Andrea Castellan. Motion passed unanimously. And that is all for closed session.
Thank you, Vice President. And now we're going to move on to item 4.3, which is the order of agenda, and Yvette will read out the oral announcement.
Thank you, Madam President. This is the opportunity for the Board of Trustees to make any changes to the order of agenda. Otherwise, the order of agenda will be as published. Back to you, Madam President.
Okay. Do we have any colleagues up here that want to change the order or pull anything right now?
I'd like to pull 10.8. Unfortunately, some of our board members are not here, and that particular item.
We're going to keep it.
Only because this one talks about our board roles and responsibilities, and I thought we should all be here for that.
I second that.
Okay. Call for vote.
Any discussion?
Maybe we could do it today and then also bring it back to the next board meeting.
Well, I was thinking that we could leave it and then discuss it briefly, and then if we want to keep it for further discussion or bring it back to next. We could bring it back. Okay, so we'll go ahead and motion as approved to bring item 10.8 back to next board meeting. Okay, I think that's it. Roll call vote.
President Flores.
Yes.
Vice President Stevens.
Yes.
Clerk Colon.
Yes.
Trustee Donaire.
Yes.
Trustee Mendez.
Yes.
Trustee Rico is absent, and Trustee Zulueta is absent. Motion passes 4-0 with trustees, 5-0 with trustees Rico and Zulueta being absent. Thank you.
Moving on to item 5.1, oral suggestions, and Yvette will announce the number of public comments and request each person to provide their public comment in the order they were received. And Christina will be the timekeeper.
Thank you, Madam President. Individual speakers shall be allowed 3 minutes to address the board. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each item to 20 minutes. And we currently have 7 comment cards for agenda item 5.1. The first comment coming from Mr. Jerry Gonzalez pertaining to agenda item 7.1.
Good evening. My name is Jerry Gonzalez, Stockton resident, Stockton Unified alum. With regard to the selection of a firm that will be looking for the next superintendent, I took the time to look at the proposals, and so I think they're all highly qualified. Obviously, you know, it's a matter of deciding if you're going to take somebody that is maybe a more, you know, known national firm or somebody that's more California focused, advantages and disadvantages. Because California focused, they know what the communities are. National, maybe they have a bigger pool of people, but anyhow. There's also, I think cost-wise, they're all pretty competitive, so that's not a deal. One of my concerns is that I know that some of these firms, or at least one of them, has been involved with the recruitment of previous superintendents. And I'd like to know who those superintendents were, if it was maybe one or more of the firms that were involved with selection, because I think that may have some bearing on the type of people they bring. So I believe that's about it. Thank you.
So I think you're referring to Leadership Associates with Dr. Daisy. The next public comment comes from Ms. Sylvia Cantu, and she'll be talking about 7.2 and 10.8.
Okay, I'm not really touched 10.8 because the person is not really here that I needed to talk to. But 7.2 is regarding the LDO department and Dr. Gonzalez. And looking at some of the minutes, because I was one of my non-agenda items on this topic, but I want to say that Lucio Mendoza, who is a secretary, excellent notes on there. And I was going to let Trustee Rico know that she's identified as a board member, not as a parent. And I also wanted to mention on January 25th, 2023, which was last month, Camelia Bernard, secretary, excellent. Like I said, board trustee Alicia Rico was identified as a board member, but I'll read the next one when it's back on the agenda. But I do want to say that and Joanna, there's minutes on there. If there's a way that parents can have part of the beginning of the board meetings to speak, that they always leave us at the end, why don't they assist board meetings? Because they always take so long. So I'm glad that the non-agenda items are back up at that, because they're right. These parents have kids and all that. I wanted to mention that. But briefly, regarding bylaw 9010.8, this board was trained on October 26, 2021, using board bylaw 9000, using board bylaw 9200, which is the limits of board members' authority. So I'll go more on that when it's back on the agenda. But other than that, I just want to say that it was very good to see that the DLAC, that they're updated on their minutes and everything else. So thank you very much.
And Sylvia, we are going to be allowing the parents to come and present to us at a future board meeting.
The next public comment is also from Ms. Sylvia Cantu, and it pertains to 11.2.
Okay, this is some of the rebuttals or corrections that I want to talk about when they were presented in the FIGMAT. You'll see the first page that you'll notice on January 5th, 2022, that one of the board members was, when they were addressing Dr. Troy Brown, not Mr. Doc, but he's actually Dr. Troy Brown. They were doing these figurations of 6 charter schools. No, we have 5 because on January 25th, 2022, Voice College Bound Language Academy was closed by this board. And you can see it was by Cecilia Mendez, Angel and Flores, Scott McBrien, Alicia Rico, Ray Zulueta, and Zachary Avalar. So I want to make a correction. There are not 6 charter schools, but 5. And then the second page, you'll notice where on the agenda of August 10, 2021 regarding IAQ, the agenda, and you see where I say circle, approval of a contract. There was no contract. It was only a resolution. And then one of the board members made a comment, well, teachers and nobody helps us, that we just go. I want to read real quickly on August 9, 2021, when we had to submit our comments to the board meeting.susd.net. According to resolution number 2109 on July 14, 2021, the board delegated to district staff authority to negotiate a contract with IOQ distribution. So why on August 10, 2021, there is a resolution and not a contract? Why isn't there a contract? Section 3, best interest. The community's best interest is to procure the equipment through the competitive negotiation process. Resolution does not have any information regarding funding sources, final total purchase price, which option was purchased. I emailed this on August 9th, 2021. So we try to come up here and say, hey, what's happening? But unfortunately, some people, like I said, there's a definition. A person or organization that gives automatic approval or authorization to the decisions of others without proper consideration. So rubber stamp. It's basically what that is. If you're offended by that comment, then do something about it and ask questions. Look at people. We're not here. We don't get paid. You guys get paid. We're not. We're trying to make sure that our districts run. But as you can see by this agenda, which I made a copy, there is no contract. So to me, how can you not know the difference between a resolution and contract, no matter what the training? And real quickly, I got 30 seconds. This board was trained in the Board Act, paid $500 on October 12, 2021. They had the Brown Act training. They also had a governance training on October 26, 2021. So when you hear board members say, give me more training, I think 6 years, that's enough training. What else do you need? Other than that, can you imagine if I was a teacher and I said, I need more training? I've been teaching for 30 years. I know I'm horrible, but give me more training. Would you accept that? That's all. Thank you very much.
The next 4 comment cards are all pertaining to agenda item 7.3. So we will set a 20-minute timer. The first comment is from Angel Palacio regarding 7.3 in support of robotics.
My name is Angel Palacio, and I'm a student at Cesar Chavez High School, and I participate in the robotics program. In the robotics program, we build robots and we compete in competitions. Right now, we're preparing to go to state in Tracy. The robotics program has helped me with getting a head start on the pathway that I want to pursue when I'm older. It's giving me more experience in the area of building robots and coding them, and I get to work with a team and learn how to collaborate with my peers. The robotics program has helped me in giving me a direction in my future and and getting an early start on my career. And all the students part of the CTE programs are thankful for all the funding that we get and opportunities that were provided by the school district.
My name is Emily, and I'm a freshman at Cesar Chavez. I've been doing robotics since the 6th grade, and I believe it really impacted me in my life and the things that I want to do. Because there's not many opportunities that I had in middle school, but robotics was one of them. And I think it has really shaped what I want to do with my future. I always used to be super shy, and I couldn't work well with others. And I believe that that's the one thing that's really helped me achieve my goal as a future engineer. I'm not sure where I want to, what area I want to major in, but I know that because of Bex and because of the people that I've met and I've worked with, I know that it'll be a lot more, how should I put this? I'm not sure, but it's super fun, and I hope to keep doing it for as long as I'm here at Chavez.
My name is Vicente. I've been in robotics for about 3 years. I started doing robotics. I was actually really terrified. No clue what to. I had help many times by people and my teachers and my friends that are with me right now. And
Got this, Vicente.
basically what I'm trying to say is that this is a great program for other students and generations to come. There's been a big learning thing to conquer, and it's really awesome to get hands-on learning, and mostly just to learn how to build robots and learn how to program and learn how to communicate with others and just have fun. At the same time, you're just there to be there, and it's mostly just the best thing to ever happen in my life, and happy that I have friends with me by my side.
Vicente, is that your mom behind you? You're a graduate already, correct? Did you already finish your program? But you're pretty much done. And you still choosing to stay in school and participate. So Chavez, good job, because even though they're done, they don't even want to leave when they're done. That's the kind of work and outcomes that we want to see. So good job. Good job. And then can we get a picture? Who's Chavez? Go get a picture with them. Oh, I'm sorry. I was so excited.
Hi. Apologies. My name is Fernando Gutierrez. I am a senior at Cesar Chavez High School. To start out, I'm a senior, and I did not know about robotics until my last year, which it's sad, but when my first thought of robotics was, wow, this is interesting. I'd never thought that I could be taking a class like that. It's kind of scary at first, if I'm being blunt. When I was taking it, I really thought that it wasn't for me, that that robotics is only for smart kids, I guess you could say, and you feel like an outcast. And as I was introduced by Ms. Navarrete to join a robotics team, and at first thought I was scared, but then afterwards, as she put it, she told me that I should give it a try. And well, now that I am, I could say I'm more confident in myself and I'm more out there. And this is a good career path. Like, it opened up, like, I'm going to be a software engineer at CodeStat. I'm going to take that road first. And robotics, it gave me friends, and also it gave me perspective on life, that just get out of your bubble, I guess. And also that to, I guess, shape anything out of nothing. So thank you for your time.
You weren't nothing, mijo. You just had to find your something. That's all.
So, hello, my name is Keith Corpus, and I am a senior at Chavez. I don't have a lot to add to what other great things my peers and friends have said about, but I have been in the robotics program for about 4 years. So that's like my full high school years, basically. And I am the captain for my team, which Vicente is in. And I want to say, before I've come into robotics, I have never heard of it before. But now that I have, it's definitely opened up to me as one of my opportunities in life. And I think that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Aleja Soria, and before I didn't know what to do, and thank you for Ms. Navarrete for giving us the opportunity for robotics. It really, like, I didn't know what to do before, like, I had nowhere like what to do. I didn't know what to do before robotics, and robotics is like the best thing that has ever happened to me. I've really had like fun. And thank you for Angel Palacio here, because he recruited me to his team. And I wouldn't be here like if he didn't recruit me, and for Ms. Navarrete for giving me the chance to be in robotics. All right, thank you.
I want to thank the Ms. Navarrete on everything she's done. Vicente wasn't really into a lot of the things. When he got into robotics, that was everything for him. He even finished school early,
Right now, he chooses to take 2 teacher's aid classes just to help robotics. And what is it? Weight training. That's all the classes he's having for the rest of the year. He chooses that because of Navarrete. She's done so much for all the children, obviously, that he also wants to be a teacher like her. And he's going into the program, which she's teaching him everything when he needs to go. He used to be scared of everything. He used to be so scared, as Kenita could tell you. She's known, well, both of you have known Vicente since he was little. And I'm proud of all of the kids that are here. Thank you so much for this opportunity to tell you guys thank you.
Good job, Ms. Navarrete. I didn't even recognize you over there. Good job. You've come a long way.
Madam President, that concludes public comments under 5.1. Back to you.
Well, that was an amazing closeout of public comment. Let's move on to item 5.2, oral suggestions regarding non-agenda items. And Yvette will announce the number of public comments and request each person to provide their public comment in the order they were received. And Christina will be the timekeeper. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Individual speakers shall be allowed 3 minutes to address the board. The board shall limit the total time for public input on each item to 20 minutes. We do have 6 comment cards for non-agenda item related topics. And the first one is from Ms. Thelma Alicia Morales.
Muy buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Thelma Morales. Soy la tutora legal de la estudiante Sofía Morales. Estudia en la Wilson Elementary. Courtney Asenov necesita ser removida del IEP de mi niña. Ella no aporta ninguna idea o solución a los problemas de ella. Ella tiene 8 años ahora y la psicóloga la conoce desde que tenía 3 añitos. Hasta el día de hoy no la ha podido evaluar. Tuve que recurrir al Disability Right Education and Defense Fund. Ellos proveyeron una evaluación independiente para ella, la cual le costó $8,700 al School District por su incompetencia y falta de conocimiento en la materia. También quiero mencionar que el día de ayer hablé con el señor José Ávila para pedirle que en vez de invitar a la señora Asenov, que invitáramos a la neuropsicóloga que la evaluó y simplemente me colgó. El señor Ávila, cada que me pide firmar un documento, primero me lo da en inglés y después me lo entrega en español, cuando debería de ser lo opuesto. Señor Donaire, ¿pudiera usted ayudarme? Yo soy ciudadana de este país, al igual que mi niña Sofía. Desafortunadamente, no me expreso bien en inglés como lo hago en español. Por favor, ayúdeme porque tengo temor que vayan a tomar venganza contra mi niña en la escuela.
My name is Telma Morales. I'm a legal guardian of Sofia Alicia Morales, student of Wilson Elementary. The psychologist Courtney Asanov needs to be removed from my granddaughter's IEP. She does not provide any ideas or solutions to my girl's problems. She's 8 years old now, and the psychologist has known her since she was 3 years old. She has not been able to evaluate her to this day. I had to turn to Disability Rights Education and the Fence Fund. They provided an independent evaluation for her, which cost the school district $8,700 due to her incompetence and lack of knowledge in the matter. I also want to mention that yesterday I spoke to Mr. Jose Avila to ask him to invite the neuropsychologist who evaluated my daughter, but instead of inviting her, he invited Courtney Asanov, psychologist, and he hung up on me. Every time Mr. Avila asks me to sign a document, he first gives it to me in English, and then he gives it to me in Spanish, when it should be the opposite. Mr. Donier, could you please help me? I'm a citizen of this country, just like Sophia. Unfortunately, I cannot express myself in English like I do in Spanish. Please help me. I'm afraid of the retaliation that can be taken against my daughter.
Do we have the parent contact for this parent? And Ms. Coleman, if you could, thank you.
Y quiero dar seguro para los madres y los padres. Y ya en este tiempo no necesitan sentir afraid cuando tienes problemas en las escuelas. Si tiene problemas, va al proceso y habla con su principal. Si no puedes llegar a ayuda allí, hable con su supervisor. Si su supervisor no te ayuda, en ese tiempo puedes venir a nosotros. No más que nosotros te queremos dar el respeto al proceso. Pero si ustedes van al proceso y no se sienten que te están ayudando, no te sientes a miedo para venir aquí, porque el último posición de nosotros es para servir a ustedes. Y nosotros, más o menos de nosotros, somos padres y madres. Y yo sí sabemos cómo es. Yo empezó esta camina a una madre enojada, pero ir a donde yo estoy sentando hoy. So ustedes tienen una voz. Por favor, ya de este día a futuro, no sientes miedo para venir acá para advocar para sus estudiantes. Okay? So what I said in English, for those who didn't understand, was that going forward today, that no parent should have to fear any retaliation for advocating for their students at their school sites, that we ask them to follow the due process, bring the complaint to your principal. If your principal is not handling it, go to the supervisor. If you're still not getting it, then you can come to us. But we just ask that you respect the process and give the administrators an opportunity to fix the issue. But if not, you have every right to come and talk to us and be an advocate for your child. And then we accidentally missed the FAA group. Do we have you still in the room? Okay, you guys want to come up? Go ahead, come on up.
There's a button.
How do I refer to them?
Good evening, board. My name is Justin Castro, and I'm a student at Stagg High School. I'm a senior. Apologies, this is a little unrehearsed. I didn't know that I would have the opportunity to talk, but I can't help myself now that I do. So I just want to talk about, I guess, the importance of programs such as FFA and the impact that it's had on me, because I'm not someone who I've ever wanted a career in agriculture. I don't plan to have one. And regardless of that, I think FFA has been probably the best thing that's ever happened in my high school experience, and it's affected me very positively. And I think it affected a lot of students more. So coming into FFA, I joined by accident, which is kind of hard to do, but I found a way. There's an honors course available at Stagg, which is in FFA, and I took it because it sounded interesting. And on the third day of being in FFA, I was told that I was in the club. And I wasn't exactly sure what that meant. But I soon came to find out, basically, it meant that I had the opportunity to do a lot of things in agriculture. In my time in this program, I've been in it about a year. I've had the opportunity to raise a turkey, which is a lot of fun. I got the opportunity to judge trees, which is also a lot of fun. I've met a lot of people, and I've learned a lot of skills that I absolutely would not have learned otherwise. Coming from Stockton and living in a city, there's a lot of things that are afforded to us, and there's a lot of things that aren't. I'm always obviously thankful. I grew up in a city. I had a mall next to my house. I learned math. I learned English, all that. But there's something very missing, I feel, from a lot of people's education, and that is the CTE programs, that is really being able to use your hands and learning a lot of physical things. Another thing that I've seen just in Stockton is a lot of students, if you look at our graduation rates, if you look at just where a lot of our students are, they are lost. They don't know exactly what they want to do. And I found joining FFA and learning about these CTE programs that this is something that is amazing, and that it's a real opportunity for a lot of students to find something that they love and find real profitable and good careers. And I would just love to see, I mean, I'm graduating, but I would really like to see in the future this program expand, because I really think the only real flaw that it has is that only Stagg is blessed enough to have one in Stockton. So thank you.
Good evening, board. My name is Gabriel Cervantes. I am a senior at Stagg High School. FFA has drastically changed my life over the couple of years. I didn't know what I wanted to do with my life. You know, I wanted to follow a career in law enforcement, you know, different types of other, you know, careers. But FFA has, you know, taught me a lot of things, such as, you know, raising animals, learning, you know, how to be a good public speaker, just different things in that career. You know, just, you know, loving what I like to do is, you know, FFA. I love raising animals. We have an acre school farm at our school. We take care of all the animals. We also have an orchard, so vineyards. We also grow our own produce, and we also do a lot of hands-on work. And that's mostly it. You know, I like to take time to thank my, you know, advisor, Mr. Barrett, my other advisors over there, for taking their time, you know, away from their other, you know, lives and all that. So thank you.
Good evening. My name is Marissa Gutierrez. I'm a senior at Stagg High School. I've been in FFA for 4 years, and I have been serving as an officer for all 4 years, currently the president of our chapter. I did not know what agriculture was coming into high school, but then I got enrolled in a class by my mother selecting my classes for me. I learned a lot. I learned how to public speak, because freshman year me would never be able to do this. I've learned different careers, and now I am going to pursue in this agriculture career further down my life. I'm currently waiting to hear back from CSU, Chico, and Fresno. Now being accepted to Stanislaus State, going to be an agriculture education major. Yeah.
Good evening. My name is Daniel Baird. I'm one of the agriculture teachers at Stagg High School. And I mostly just want to speak about, besides the tremendous job our students are doing, all the accomplishments we have at Stagg are direct reflections on their efforts. But in general, the CTE department, as well as the Stockton Unified School District and the support they provided us. I arrived at Stagg 5 years ago from Lodi Unified. And when I got to Stagg, it was just me, and we had a department of 90 students. Currently, we have 4 teachers, looking at adding a 5th, and we're approaching 25% of Stagg High School in the FFA program. We believe that through premier leadership, personal growth, and career success, that no matter what endeavors they do in the future, that they will be successful. But we are really enabled in that by the direct support and the things that Mr. Haley is going to talk about later. Like I said, I have worked in other school districts in the same capacity, and I will tell you that there's a lot of challenges and roadblocks I've experienced in my 11 years of education. And the easiest ones have been, in my experience, Stockton Unified. If I approach anyone at a district level about things that are good for kids, I'm told that this is a positive thing and we will do everything we can and find the fiscal and other supports in order to make those things happen. And that's just a direct reflection on your leadership as a board and the CTE department in general. Thank you.
Come back for a picture.
Madam President, we are told there's another group of students that got missed in speaking. I'm just going to call the names on these cards because it appears we've missed a lot of cards. Abel Abarca, Daniel Barrett, Justin Castro, Marissa Gutierrez, Gabriel Cervantes. If they're here to speak, they can come up now. Okay. If there's anybody that, yeah. The Burgundy Blazers.
Hi, my name is Abel Abarca, and I'm from Cesar Chavez. I'm the president of the club for Skills USA. We're here to continue to ask for your support for CTE. It's been a really huge impact for our lives. CTE for me in general has really helped me find a perspective on my own life. It's been, you know, growing up in high school, you're expected to know what you want to do for the rest of your life. And that's a really, you know, tough decision. And there's many careers that obviously are super interesting, but not really having a hands-on experience on it is really limiting on your options, because you don't really know if you don't, you know, you get accepted into it or you pursue it. And then at the end, during college, you leave it. And again, some students also are just, you know, led into college, and that provides them a college debt. And then sometimes they just don't want to be in college. And CTE really helps students, you know, figure out that that's not the only path of success. For me, robotics has been really one of my most favorite classes that I've been a part of. Growing up in high school, I was really shy and timid, and I was not outgoing at all. And my first year was in my junior year because unfortunately COVID, you know, stopped my learning. I was able to experience it for the first time, and I was terrified, but it was one of the most best decisions that I've experienced in my own life. I've been able to meet amazing teachers, and each one of them, I'm super proud that they're my own teachers, you know. I'm glad to have been able to experience everything that CT has brought me. We currently have 26 competitive teams going to state for Skills USA for California, and that's really, you know, something amazing and something from Chavez, which is, you know, something to be proud of from our own school. And we have 16 delegates to represent our state as well. And again, I really want to pursue robotics as my career path. I figured, you know, my goals are set super high. The expectations are higher than ever before before I've joined. My team is currently going to state for robotics as well, so we're super proud of that too. And we're just super glad to have been here and to be able to experience all the opportunities that you guys have given us. And also for Skills USA, all the trips that you guys have, paid for. I know it's not cheap, but we appreciate it a lot. Being able to see going to Washington, D.C. is something that you don't really expect, at a young age. And many Americans don't get the opportunity to do so. So being blessed to have been able to experience that is like something super amazing. So yeah, thank you.
Hello, my name is Basilio Dane, and I'm currently a senior at Cesar Chavez High School. When I first got to Chavez, I was a lost freshman. I didn't know what to do and what classes I had to take. But one of the classes I really wanted to take was robotics. And when I took that, I found my passion in there because everyone there all wanted to do the same thing. They all wanted, had the same goal after high school. And through that, I got to collaborate with a lot of friends. I got to meet a lot of people. I even joined the team freshman year, but it was cut short due to COVID. But even not just robotics, when I took mariachi, I really enjoyed that because I got to play guitar and learn guitar. That was also cut short to COVID. And right now I'm taking a criminal behavior class with my teacher. He was a former park officer, and I really enjoy hearing his stories, and he helps us he gives us a hands-on view of what his job was. We do investigations and everything like that. But I just want to say thank you guys for help funding the CTE programs, because I wouldn't be able to know what I want to do in the future and have a view of what I want to do. So thank you.
Hello. Hi. My name is Amherst, and I am a senior at Cesar Chavez High School. I'm also a part of Skills USA. As Abel mentioned, there are a lot of teams going to state for skills competitions. I'm a part of 3 CTE courses. One of them is graphic design. I got help from Mrs. Rivera. The next one is robotics. I'm also part of robotics. My teacher, Miss Navarrete. But the third CTE class that I feel like is a huge part of me is mariachi. I started music in 5th grade, and it is a very expensive hobby. And I'm very grateful. I am very grateful for the funding that my elementary school and my high school have gotten. Without that, I feel that students wouldn't have as much of a passion for music without the help, the resources, and the push that they need. So in mariachi, I'm very grateful for the competitions we go to, for the funding we have, for the beautiful instruments that we get, and just for the help. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Leslie Chavez. I'm a senior at Cesar Chavez High School, and just like the rest of them, freshman year, I really didn't know what to do. To be honest, I didn't really like robotics because I used to do it in 8th grade, and it wasn't just it did not interest me at all. But then once I got into high school, I met an awesome teacher, Miss Navarrete, and she really inspired me to continue doing it and to continue going on a team and going with other people. I was able to meet a lot of people, work with them. I was a part of different teams. I got to see which teams I didn't like, which ones I did. And yeah, Skills USA is really important to me as well, because without it, I really wouldn't be able to learn a lot of skills, like leadership skills, things like that. They're really important for the future. And for all the opportunities I've been able to go to, like Los Angeles, Washington, Georgia, a lot of different places. I got to meet a lot of people, and it was really memorable. And also CTE. I could talk about the funding because I know that for robotics, the pieces are really expensive. And Emily and I, we cut a lot of pieces. And there's a lot of like a scrap box with pieces that are from us. And they're really expensive and you can't really use them that much anymore. So that's really important that we get like additional money to buy things because it's not cheap. And yeah, thank you.
Madam President, the next comment is from Adela Hernandez.
Buenas tardes, mesa directiva, superintendente Tracy Miller. Mi nombre es Adela Hernández y estoy aquí representando a un grupo de padres que tienen dos preguntas. Estuve presente en la reunión anterior y les pedí que aprobaran el proyecto LISA, ya que es un programa que tendrá beneficios para muchos de nuestras familias y estudiantes. Nuestro enfoque es que nuestras familias sean conscientes de las señales que son parte del abuso infantil, porque queremos criar niños que estén seguros en su comunidad, que sepan diferenciar las señales de abuso físico y mental, y que no tengan miedo de pedir ayuda cuando estén pasando por una situación de abuso en su comunidad, familia. Esto les permitirá tener más éxito en sus clases y educación. Presidente Flores, usted se ha presentado en varias ocasiones a nuestras reuniones y ha prometido que todo lo que los padres pidan en beneficio de las escuelas de nuestros hijos serán concedido. ¿Por qué entonces se nos niega este proyecto? ¿Es porque somos latinos? ¿Es porque no es importante que los padres sepan a dónde ir para obtener ayuda para sus hijos? Todos tenemos el mismo propósito, hacer las cosas en beneficio de nuestros hijos. Si no cree que esto sea importante para el bienestar de nuestros estudiantes, entonces creo que debería de renunciar y dejar que los fideicomisarios que se preocupan hagan lo correcto.
Good afternoon, Board of Directors, Superintendent Tracy Miller. My name is Adela Hernandez, and I am here representing a group of parents who have two questions. I was present at the previous meeting, and I asked you to approve the LISA project, since it is a program that will have benefits for many of our families and students. Our focus is that our families are aware of the signs that are part of a child abuse, because we want to raise children who are safe in their community, who know how to differentiate the signs of both physical and mental abuse, and who are not afraid to ask for help when going through an abusive situation in their community or in their family. This will allow them to be more successful in their classes and education. President Flores, you have appeared on several occasions at our meetings and have promised that whatever parents ask for their benefit of their children's school will be granted. Why is it then that we are being denied this project? Is it because we're Latino? Is it because it's not important for our parents to know where to go to get help for their children? We all should have the same purpose, to do things for the benefit of our children. If you don't think this is important to the well-being of our students, then I think that you should resign and let the trustees that do care do the right thing.
The next public comment is from Julia Garcia.
Hi, my name is Julia Garcia. I'm a bus driver for 5 years with transportation. Good evening, Superintendent Miller, Board President Flores, Vice President Stevens, Board Trustees, and community. Transportation team members are here this evening to speak up and advocate for authentic support. Under current leadership, several investigations have been conducted, and yet nothing has changed to improve current conditions. Rather, a more toxic and unbearable culture has been created within the department. We have been attacked, undervalued, and talked about, belittled, and ignored far too long. This department is overworked and understaffed. That equals to potential safety hazards for both staff and students. Although employees of the transportation team have provided potential solutions to some of the severe challenges, the district has failed to act. Decisions have been made by biased HR employees who have no experience working in transportation or have no knowledge about the work we do. This is frustrating and disrespectful. Before we place blame on the transportation employees, which is the easy, cowardly thing to do, stop and think about the toxic system we have been forced to work in daily. One example is employees are paid at below or poverty level. Most of our employees live and or have children in this district. Our own district is continuing the cycle of poverty. So we need to decide if we are going to be a community of hypocrites or are we a community of making real positive change. In addition, we are losing our drivers to higher paying jobs for the same work, such as Amazon, UPS, and other school districts. Those other employments do not require the license and certification mandates a school bus driver requires. More importantly, they don't transport our most precious cargo, which are our students. We also want the best education for our students, but we can't do this alone. We need your help and we need it now, and not when it's convenient political agenda. I also want to add, most of us bus drivers right now, we are doubling up, we are tripling up. Kids are late to school because we are doing the best we can. We're short-staffed, we can't get nobody in there. Nobody wants to start work at $19.60 an hour, especially with the Class B with our certifications. Maybe this is something for the board to think about. Thank you.
The next comment is from Melissa Garibay Ortiz.
Buenas tardes a todos los miembros de la Junta Escolar. Me llamo Melissa Garibay Ortiz y soy madre de 2 estudiantes en su área de ustedes. En la reunión de GLAC, que fue el 25 de enero, donde nuestra presidenta animó a los padres a venir aquí para hablar. Ella dijo, no tengan miedo de hablar. Y también prometió un espacio en la agenda para los padres en estas juntas. Confirmó con las palabras done. Sin embargo, el 14 de febrero se me negó la oportunidad de hablar después de esperar 2 horas para que la secretaria me dijera, tu tarjeta fue rechazada. Yo le pregunté, ¿por quién? Ella me dijo, por la presidenta. Y también temprano hicieron un comentario y como que fue tipo burla y yo no pienso que fue justo. En esta misma junta, en el 14 de febrero, fui testigo también de un grupo de personas riéndose de cualquiera que hablaba con acento. Me resulta difícil entender cómo la presidenta permite esto, que es forma de discriminación contra los latinos. En la junta de PAC también estamos siendo despedidos. Pedimos que asigne a alguien que no sea parcial, porque esto es claro que no están ignorando. Les pido que lean nuestras quejas y nos ayuden. Si no pueden estar para los padres, entonces tampoco no están para los estudiantes. Entonces, renuncien también a su posición y dejen a alguien que por favor tome su espacio que en realidad quiera a los estudiantes. Y por último, me gustaría que agregaran para todas las juntas, para todos los padres, la juntas en Zoom. Gracias.
Is the translator still here to translate? Is she still in the back? Oh, you.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Melissa Garibay, and I'm a mother. In the last meeting of the elect that was on January 25th, where our president encouraged the parents to come here to speak, she said to not be afraid to speak. And she also promised to give us a space to speak on the agenda. For the parents in these meetings, even though on February 14, I was not given the opportunity to speak. After waiting for 2 hours for the secretary to tell me your card was rejected, I asked someone, and I asked who denied my card, and she said the president did. Today, a comment was made, and it's something that I do not agree with. In this same meeting on February 14, I witnessed that a group of people that were laughing to whoever had an accent. I found this difficult to understand how the president allows this. I feel like this is a discrimination against Latinos. In the meeting pack, we also being dismissed, and we're also asking to have somebody else assign, someone that is partial or neutral to the situation, because it's clear that we're being ignored. I asked for you guys to read our complaints and to give us some help. If you guys cannot do this for the parents, then you guys are not here for the students. Then you guys need to resign for your position, so somebody else that really cares can be here. And lastly, we would like for all the parents to have all these meetings available through Zoom. Gracias.
The next public comment is from Ms. Sylvia Cantu.
My topic is on PAC support. When Trustee Rico had asked for help, and I noticed some parents had some questions. So just so you know, I emailed the Lisa's Project. I asked, how much is your tour to attend at 504 North California Street? No cost, always free to the public ages 13 years and up. What are the current tour times? It's by appointment. You let us know when you want to come and we'll get you scheduled. How many people at a time can attend the tour? as far as groups go, we can take any number. We need to know if there's more than 15 so we can staff appropriately. Does it accommodate parents that does speak another language? This tour is offered in Spanish and English. How much do you charge to have this at a school site or a school facility? The parents quoted 1,500. Actually, it's 3,000 because they charge $1,500 per day with 2 days minimum. So if someone can help them, if they can contact Shauna at 209-644-5318, they can go for free. If maybe it'd be cheaper if we get a bus for them and maybe they can go meet there. I mean, that's a compromise. I just think that she's correct, the Parent Advisory Committee. And I was looking up there, and according to the bylaws, each member shall serve on the PAC annually. Member applications are to be submitted. So can someone check to see if Trustee Rico turned an application? Because that would help too. And of course, to the bylaw section 5, there will be district staff who are not voting members who are to attend on a rotational basis to support the committee. As you can see, they're asking for help. I also looked on the PAC page. Unlike the DLAC, there are no minutes for February 3rd. There are no minutes for March 3rd, 2022. There's no minutes for May 11th, 2022. There are no minutes for October 13th, 22, and there are no minutes for December 1st, 22. They also have the incorrect officers right there. They have a chairperson, name is M. Hernandez, but at a board meeting, you know that Ms. Boyd claimed she was the chairperson. I also have a question that the family resources are supposed to help, and it's really hard with one hand. And on October 25th, 2022, there was a correction to replace the proper version of the map only for the correction. But the date of service was supposed to be from October 24th, 2022 to December 30th, 2022. Yet a flyer that they're there this week. Why it violates this policy and the agreement. So did the city or the board have an agreement past in this year, 2023? As you can see, why aren't these parents getting help at the parent advisory? I used to be a district advisory long time ago. Now it's parent, but it's uncalled for. I think they need help. I don't think they really understand that it's not even on the agenda. You can't even vote on it. They didn't even put it on the agenda. So once again, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Sylvia. I just normally don't respond, but I just want to let the parents know that you guys are really being misguided, and there's a lot of misinformation that's being given to you through your leadership. I would open the door to a meeting. We did have it on the agenda today to discuss board member roles and responsibilities, including in our DLAC and our ELAC meetings. And everything that I said in that meeting, I still stand by. I meant that, and I'm not going anywhere. If you guys want to have a discussion again, add me on the agenda and we will talk. Y yo soy Latina. Yo soy Latina. Yo empezó esta camina ayudando los padres latinos también. So, mi español no es bien ahorita porque yo no lo uso mucho, pero yo crecí con mis amigos que son de México también, so yo tengo muchos familias también, pero mi corazón sí es con ustedes. Y la persona que dijeron que yo no le dejó hablar es porque la carta vine, ya terminó la junta. That card was brought to me when the agenda was, the board meeting was already done. So I didn't deny anybody during that meeting, so I just want to correct that statement. And the project that you guys are asking for has to go through your department. So just like Ms. Cantu said, the person that is leading you in that department is the one who needs to build a case on the advocacy for that project. I've never seen it on the agenda, as far as I know, to deny it at this time. If it's something that parents really want, you go and you give it to Dr. Gonzalez. Dr. Gonzalez will bring it to Dr. Ramirez, and then it comes to the agenda. There's a process, and I feel very bad, actually a little frustrated, that your leadership is misguiding you and giving you misinformation.
The last comment
Trustee
card.
Flores, I just want to make a correction that for Parent Advisory Council, that would be Director Montex Sanchez that they would go through. and not Dr. Gonzalez.
And I find that as a conflict of interest because everybody knows publicly that he does not like me and he puts out negative slander information. So that right there presents my case that you guys are being guided by the wrong information, and maybe we can get them somebody else to step in that place and give them some correct and process information.
And that would be Karen Coleman at this time.
Okay, so Karen, do you mind taking over that and please guiding them in a proper way? Thank you.
The last comment card is from Mr. Jerry Gonzalez.
Okay, some tough stuff to follow, but also some great stuff. I really I admire the young people that came up here earlier and spoke. They all seem like they're going to have a great future. And as a Stockton alumni, went to STAG, took some drafting courses, ended up going to Cal Poly for agriculture and architecture. And agriculture advisor was one that helped me get into Cal Poly, even though I was wanting to get into architecture. The reason I wanted to speak tonight was primarily to talk about the FICMAT report that came out at the last meeting, because it was presented to the public, but then I didn't really have time to read it. And as I read it, it was, it was not comprehensive. They only picked certain things. So we don't know how many other things there might have been that are of concern. So to do a deep dive into the investigation, one of my biggest concerns is that it's been referred to the district attorney's office here, and that I'm concerned that he may be biased because of his association with certain SUSD staff, actually a director. I think somebody just mentioned his name. In fact, candidate Freitas paid 209 times for some coverage at the time he was running. So I don't know if that's a conflict of interest, or maybe the case should be referred to the state attorney general's office instead of locally. Not that I want anything worse, but as a community member, I want this as an unbiased and impartial investigation. If any laws have been broken, then I want to see those people taken down and know that justice was properly served. Thank you.
Madam President, that concludes non-agenda item related comments. Back to you.
Thank you, Jerry. I will do my best to make that happen. Moving on to item 6.1, approval of the consent items, and Yvette will read the oral announcement.
Does any trustee have any item they would like removed for separate consideration as an action item? After any items are removed for separate consideration, there will be a vote on the consent items without any discussion. Back to you, Madam President.
Do we have any colleagues that want to move? No? Okay. Motion. Okay, we'll go ahead and move on to items. Okay, moving on to item 7.1, approval for the Board of Education to select a qualified.
Madam President, you need to approve the agenda, the consent item.
Okay, sorry. Roll call vote for item 6.1.
President, was there a second to this motion?
Stevens, second.
Thank you. President Flores?
Yes.
Vice President Stevens?
Yes.
Clerk Colon?
Yes.
Trustee Donaire?
Yes.
Trustee Mendez?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0 with trustees Rico and Zulueta absent. Thank you.
Now, moving on to item 7.1, approval of the Board of Education to select a qualified superintendent search firm for a permanent superintendent. And can I have the following firms in the order to be ready? The first one would be Hazard Young, Astea and Associates, HYA. Can you come up first? Are they on the screen? And we do have 3 of the firms that will be presenting via Zoom, and we have 1 here, and we will just go in order as we have them. Thank you. So it would be Hurd, Young, Astea Associates first, to McPherson and Jacobson LLC. There will be here in person, and BWP and Associates, and then Leadership Associates.
Mr. Mika Ali, go ahead with your
Good
presentation.
evening.
Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board. Makai Ali, it's an honor and privilege to be before you. And most certainly, I want to give a shout out to the students who performed, as well as, who were presented this evening. It's always important as a member of a school board myself, having served 15 years in my community, it's always a joy to engage students who are the recipients of the academic programs within our respective school districts. So at this time, I'd like to introduce myself as Makai Ali, representing Hazard Young and Atia, also known as HYA. So if we would pull up the PowerPoint and we'll quickly walk through it.
Go ahead, Mr. Ali.
Okay, well, were you able to hear me? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, did you hear my initial introduction or it didn't come through clearly?
Yes, we did.
Okay, all right, so the PowerPoint, your staff has the PowerPoint, so if they would put it up.
Are you guys able to pull the presentation up?
Okay, there we go.
Okay, we got it now.
Okay, we can hit the presentation screen. There we go. So we're presenting this evening for the superintendent search. I'm not for certain if the deputy was still included in that, but again, the process would be very similar. So I did add the deputy as a part of the overall search. We can discuss that if in fact the board is so inclined to go with HYA. We can discuss the deputy at a subsequent time. Let's move on through the presentation. Next slide. Your search team, Makai Ali. As I stated, I'm a member of a school board in California, in Southern California, having served, again, 15 years in good stead. Dr. Valerie Pitts, retired superintendent, served in many districts in Northern California, and she's a professor over at San Francisco. And so again, she's highly regarded as in California as an education leader in both suburbs as well as the urban setting. Next slide. HYA, about the firm, very service-oriented, 35 years of executive search experience, thousands of searches, suburban, rural, and urban districts, local teams with national recruiting networks, a demonstrated commitment, research and analytics, and to be there for the board as often as you need us in order to ensure that this process is seamless. Next slide. Our signature search process, 2 weeks of engagement, understanding the desires of the organization, the school district, the local LEA, 4 to 5 weeks of recruitment, 3 to 4 weeks as far as the facilitation and the selection process to ensure that there's the best match. And then of course, helping with the transition. It's very important to underscore that we're more than happy to assist the board as well as the district and community engagement to ensure that we're very inclusive of all of the very diverse voices who reside within the Stockton Unified School District boundaries. Next slide. This is just the draft timeline. Again, don't hold me to it, just a draft. Example of postings on the HYA website, which is one of the most largest and voluminous websites capturing all searches in this country. The Stockton Unified School District website, we would leverage HYA as well as the school district's social media apparatus. We'd post with the Association of California School Administrators, the American Association of School Administrators, also known as AASA, the Association of Latino Administrators and Superintendents, the National Alliance of Black School Educators, as well as Ed Week. That's just simply to name a few. We're willing to post all over the country to ensure that Stockton Unified is provided with the best fit for the system. Engagement phase. As an example, March 6th, individual board member interviews in person or Zoom, whatever is preferred. A community survey. We interview the cabinet officials via Zoom. We would then provide the HYA leadership profile report in mid-May, which helps to inform the applicants with respect to what the community has said, as well as what members of the board have stated with respect to what they want to see in a superintendent. The recruitment phase. National advertising will immediately commence. Applications open, close within a month. The recruitment would go on, aggressive recruitment within that vein. Then we'd present the slate of candidates to the board in May, so that then the board would then select and possibly move very quickly into negotiations May, June, and then the superintendent would start, I would assume June 1st, if the board's inclined. We would do a very, very independent and rigorous background check to make certain that the individual we bring to you is someone of high standard, no one with an impugned character. And I can go off into many scenarios and illustrations of individuals being hired around the state as well as the country, absent a comprehensive, in-depth background search. So we want to make sure we do that for you as well. Next slide. Engagement phase, board interviews, executive cabinet interviews, stakeholder survey. As evident from the slide, it's very important to engage all three in order to build the leadership profile as well as the summary surveys. All of these elements are essential to building a profile which will help to drive, it'll serve as the fulcrum of the overall search. The superintendent aspirant has an opportunity to review this report, to really glean from all aspects of each and every stakeholder, whether they're internal, external, as well as the governing authority. Next slide. Research-based stakeholder surveys. We would use research-based surveys, utilize this strategy because we know that this is proven and it will allow us to be able to make certain that in our overall process, we're able to design, compare, and rank individuals accordingly. We utilize a rubric to be able to walk through elements of our engagement process to ensure that we're inclusive of all, but then again, we rank the various priorities based upon our overall analytics. Next slide. This is just a mere survey example. There's questions that are asked, professional development, values and vision. And then of course, that then helps to inform the leadership profile. There's a rubric or a standard given. There are percentages that also assess where those elements fall. And again, this helps the overall recruitment effort. Make sure that everyone is on one accord with the type of superintendent everyone desires for the overall local education agency. Next slide. Leadership profile. This is an example of a search we conducted in Littleton, Colorado. Just elements of the overall survey, of course, an executive summary, and then it goes very deep into elements of that particular community, diversity, student-centered voices, a superintendent who listens, one who's engaging, All of these elements, again, are very essential. This is the mere example, and this same type of report will be developed for this superintendent search if we're so fortunate. Next slide. A recruitment advantage. HYA has local and national reach, as stated before. We're conducting, on average, 80 to 100 searches per year with a very large network of associates. So it's not just Dr. Pitts and me, it's a host of associates assisting with the overall process. 90% of our associates are retired superintendents, and of course, some of us are current board members who are experts in public/urban education. HYA's website has 25,000 plus views per month. So folks are viewing our website. We have a very unique way in which we post all vacancies, irrespective of the search firm. We post all vacancies. That drives traffic to our search firm and allows all to be able to see exactly what is out there. We'd work
Mr.
very,
McKay,
yes?
we had a 3-minute
Okay.
time limit. Can you wrap it up in 30 seconds?
Actually, I can. Let's drop down to the next slide. Okay, drop one more. Big difference, oldest firm, largest search firm, 94% of superintendents are placed. We can do Zoom interviews, in-person interviews, fully staffed back office, and very much desirous of conducting this search and being supportive to this board. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any questions, Madam President?
1 second.
Oh.
When they're all done. Okay, so if you can hang on tight, we are going to have questions at the end of all of the presentations so that we can have an opportunity to hear from everybody.
Thank you.
Okay. And to be fair to the other presenters, I think he spoke, I want to say about 7-8 minutes, right? So go ahead, and McPherson and Jacobson LLC, who is here in person, can we put the timer on? We'll say for 8 minutes.
Oh, we're ready to go. Okay, I already used a few seconds. Good evening. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you very much for inviting McPherson and Jacobson to give a presentation. We also are a national search firm, but with a concentration of consultants in California. I'm very local. My name's Bill Hewitt, and I was superintendent of schools for 8 years in Lodi Unified School District. I live in Lodi. And worked with many of your administrators and schools, and did a lot of collaborative work with Stockton Unified when I was superintendent here. Next slide. We are the chosen partner by CSBA, and there's a quote from Vernon Billy, who talks about our partnership. Many of you may have talked with us at annual convention every year at CSBA. We're proud to serve all school districts in California. We've done over 80 searches in California. Next slide. On the next slide I have.
And those, you have the wrong board member names up there.
Yeah, let's go to the next slide. Okay, so this is not the slide set that we sent. Let's take a look and see what we have next. Did we miss the? Yeah, that's the old slide set. Okay, well, we'll do what we have. So there's 3 members to our team, myself, Aida Buelna Valenzuela, and Ben Johnson. The 3 of us would be your consultants, one from Southern California. Aida has done several searches with me. She was superintendent for 8 years in Northern California, and in Sparta. I was superintendent for 16 years and have done 32 searches in California. Okay. Let's go and see what the next slide up there is. Okay. I'm going to talk about the differences that McPherson and Jacobson has for our firm as compared to other firms. We are clearly the firm that is hired when you're looking for stakeholder engagement. We come into your school district and spend several days here doing direct interviews with your teachers, with your classify, with your parents, with your administrators, with any group or entity that you want us to spend direct contact with. We ask 4 questions. We ask, what is good about your school district? What are some good things about your community? Tell us the issues that the next superintendent should be aware of and would be expected to take on. And then the final question is, what are the skills, attributes, and characteristics that you're looking for? We do an analysis of all of this and we report back to the board what our common findings are. We also use this to help you set your criteria for your search. We're a criteria-driven organization. As we go through the search phases, we use that to make a good match so that we have success in putting together your longevity of your placement of your superintendent in your school district. We've had a lot of success with long-term superintendents. That's kind of our trademark. Our average, 65% in California and over 75% nationwide of our superintendents have been in their seats for 5 years or more. And that's quite a bit above the national average, which is a little bit below 4 years. We believe that the reason that that's the case is because we get off to a good start by including everybody in the school district. I mentioned that we engage your stakeholders. Our theme is transparency and engagement. And we also encourage you, we don't always do it, it's dependent on the board, to have your stakeholders be a part of the whole process, to be a part of the interview process in a confidential way. The stakeholders do not give you who they want for the superintendent. That's your job. They don't prioritize. They do something more important than that. They give you their impressions of each candidate, both the strengths and the concerns of each candidate. We facilitate that session with them and then present that to you before you deliberate. So it's just one of many things that sets us unique with other school districts. As I've mentioned, almost every time that we're hired, you will talk to a lot of good firms. I think all of the firms, I have a lot of colleagues that work in the other firms, they're all fine firms. They all do a good job in going out and recruiting and in checking out candidates. We all pretty much do the same thing in many ways and are very professional and really conscientious. But the difference with McPherson and Jacobson really truly is how your stakeholders are engaged. And if you as a board think that that is really critical, that you get your superintendent off to a very good start by having a lot of support, we are a very fine firm to do that with. I'm briefly, since the district put up the old set of slides instead of the new ones, I'm just going to go ahead and close by saying that there's a few things to remember us by. One is our transparency. We will bring the issues to you as well as the candidates. And we think that's important for you to be able to match up what your needs are, what you need to do with the candidates that you have. Again, we're known for our sustainability of leadership. Our placements stay in their seats much longer than the national average. And the high involvement of stakeholders is something that we're well known for. We also want to say that one of the things that we do is we have a commitment for the first year of transition. We go ahead and check in with our candidates. We come back and help you set the goals. And if for any reason in the first year it doesn't work out, we would do a second search for you at expenses only. I want to thank you for having us here tonight, and good luck in your search.
Okay, can we bring on BWP and Associates?
Good evening. I'm
Good
Dr.
evening.
I'm Dr. Deborah Hill with BWP and Associates. And for some reason, my screen shrunk. There we go, we're back. Again, as my colleagues have indicated, I really would like to thank you for this opportunity to share with you how BWP could be a benefit to your school community during your superintendent search. One of the advantages of coming third in this presentation is I can just say ditto to a lot of the things that my colleagues from the other organizations have indicated. What I think you're going to find is that everyone sort of has a similar process. And so consequently, it's really going to be about the relationship built between the board, the community, and your consultants relative to this search. We do have a PowerPoint as well. I'm going to try to limit my comments to the 3 minutes since that's what we were advised we had, and with time for questions at the end of all the presentations. So again, BWP and Associates, the 3 consultants you would be working with are myself, Dr. Deborah Hill, Dr. Ann Nolan, Dr. Daryl Floyd. Next slide, please. Both Dr. Nolan and myself are from the Illinois area. We are retired school superintendents. I'm the managing director. I've been with BWP for the last 16 years and the last 7 years as a manager. Dr. Daryl Floyd is currently a superintendent in the Enid Public Schools in Enid, Oklahoma, and serves as an associate. As my other colleagues mentioned, we have a national reach. One of the major differences is we're a smaller firm. And I'm going to come back and talk about the 3 highlights that I think make us different. Next slide, please. We have a record of success as well. And I think we would debate who is the oldest search firm, but that's not a point where we should get into that right here. But we've also completed superintendent searches in all kinds of districts, medium, small, large, rural, urban, charter. If it's out there, we've had an opportunity to help find leaders for those positions. If you would like to contact our references, you will find both the candidates and applicants that we've worked with, as well as with the school districts, the administration, and the communities have been we've been well received and well respected in our searches. Next slide, please. One of the primary differences is we personalize the search. We don't have a stable of candidates that we go out and just tap on the shoulder. We actually work with the board to create a search that fits your school community. Every school community is different. And so we need to acknowledge that and develop a search. And while there's a template, and again, we all do very similar things, how those play out may differ from district to district. Again, the school board is the decision maker, but the community's responsibility and role is to provide feedback and input. We have some of the same guarantees in terms of a 2-year search, in terms of a year of mentoring. And again, so we're very much in keeping with our colleagues and counterparts. Next slide, please. The search objectives, really a match and fit. And I really liked the slide presentation that talked about it's all about the kids. The entire point of the process is to find a good leader that is going to be there for your staff, for your community, for the betterment of your students. We do that, again, as indicated before, with intense community involvement and engagement. Transparency and communication are, again, critical factors. Next slide, please. Specification, recruitment, assessment, and summary are our 4 components to our step. Next slide, please. We, again, do the interviews, do the community engagement. I think that one of the challenges that will be a part of Stockton is to determine strategies that will engage the members of your community, given that you have a percentage of Latinx families, and oftentimes interfacing with them needs to take a different structure in order to engage them. And so we are very skilled at looking at the needs of the community and developing strategies of outreach in order to engage all families and all constituent groups. Next slide, please. Recruitment, as my colleagues have talked about, advertisement in publications, advertisement on websites, nominations from our colleagues across the country. I was the former president of the Association for Supervision and Curriculum Development, and have contacts with over 109,000 members, as well as in 119 countries. And so we use those contacts because there may be a person out there who does not realize that they're looking for this job. And so the more we can learn about your community, the better we are to determine and to explore the needs of the community and to make a perfect match and a perfect fit. Next slide, please. We have samples of our advertisement plans and the professional websites. Again, all of these materials are available for you to scrutinize at your own leisure. Next slide, please. With the assessment, again, we headhunt, we look for people, we recruit, we go online and utilize those applications. And as indicated previously, it's all based on the leadership profile that's developed from community engagement activities across all constituent groups. We use a triangulation process and a frequency distribution process to determine whether the top 10 and the top 10 issues, the top 10 skill sets and characteristics, and the top 10 pluses of your district as determined by at least 80% of the participants in the community engagement process. Next slide, please. Selection, again, as my counterparts and colleagues do, we do a thorough background check to determine if there are any issues, and we bring that to you. After we've done a screening, we present a slate of candidates for your consideration. We advise that confidentiality becomes a critical mass because it impacts your pool. If people think that their names are going to be put out in the web or through social media prior to them being a serious candidate, it impacts their working situation. And so we work with the board and the community relative to the nature of confidentiality. Next slide, please. We would work for the board and for your best interests. Again, we would advise you of the pros and cons of each of your decisions. We would tell you the good, the bad, and the ugly. And we would support the board during every step of the search process. When it gets to be your role to do the assessment of the candidates, we will do a specific training session, provide you with sample rubrics, help you determine consensus building so that you can have a unanimous vote in the selection of the next superintendent. Next slide, please. Our search steps, the calendar would be modified, but again, that would be based on our meeting with you and developing your search plan and what your goals are in terms of when you would like to have the new superintendent start, and using a backwards design model that would determine some of the steps in terms of closing of application, posting of publications, etc. Next slide, please. Our cost would not exceed $45,000. And again, that breakdown is included in this slide. I won't go over the details.
Madam President, that's time.
Okay. And finally, thank you for allowing us to come. I thought I could do this in 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. Okay, we're going to move on to Leadership Associates.
Okay, I want to check the audio before we start.
We can hear you.
Okay, great, because we had a little issue this afternoon. Thank you very much, board members, for inviting us tonight to share our thoughts with you about the important search process which you're about to undertake on behalf of your community to identify the next superintendent. I'm fortunate to be part of a team with Leadership Associates. We have 13 partners throughout California that are very active in search processes. We have done more searches in California over the years because of our reputation for serving our clients well and finding outstanding candidates. My colleagues on this search are Sally Frazier, former superintendent in Madera County, Juan Garza, former superintendent in King Canyon, plus our office staff represented by Penny Pyle, who was executive assistant in the Davis Unified School District. You have our proposal in PowerPoint, and I want to try to, I'm not going to go over the PowerPoint because you have that in front of you, and you can look at it as I go through. What I'd like to focus on here are the factors that I think might help you distinguish us in our work from that represented by other firms. So I'm going to go through some criteria that we follow in our metrics to tell us that we're doing the work that our clients expect, and also help us to improve whenever on the occasions that we need to be able to do that. The first criteria that we look at is client satisfaction. As you know, we specialize in California. We know the territory. We're very strongly represented in the Central Valley, both in terms of partners and in terms of searches we've done. And I think if you look at our references, you will find that our record of serving our clients well is very strong. The second criteria we use is to develop effective stakeholder input processes. And you've heard how other firms do that. We have three components to that: an online survey, Zoom meetings, and in-person meetings, which all three of those are critical components. We prepare a written summary of the input we've received, both for the board and for the candidate that finally gets the job. I would note that on our online survey, we work hard to get a very good turnout. I think our record is 5,000 responses, which we had in the West Contra Costa Unified District about 2 years ago. The third criteria is our interactions with the board itself. We believe our role is to partner with the board and act at their direction. The board controls the search, but to help them in their effort, we provide regular updates. We want to be sure they see all the candidates that applied, not just the ones we're recommending. We want to be sure that they have helped with developing a good interview process, which we're present at. And then finally, we help with selecting the finalists and helping you with the contract as needed. It's important to note, we feel very strongly about this, we don't select the candidates, the board selects the candidates. And our goal is to bring you as many good candidates as we can, and actually to make the decision difficult for you, because we want you to have a choice among a number of good candidates. We also have a strong support staff. A search requires a lot of work from a lot of people. And we know we have to provide the support to you and your office staff that will minimize their workload. They have enough to do already. The next criteria is the quality of the candidate pool. We want to be sure the candidates, all the candidates we bring, represent our core values, which are rooted in equity, in diversity, and excellence. We are proud of the fact that 63% of our candidates over the last couple of years represent women and people of color, and we recruit nationally. We're a California firm because we think it's important. We've had opportunity to do national searches. We don't want to do that. There's enough complexity in California, and the more we can learn about that, the better we can do. We also pride ourselves on quality reference checks. All of the partners are involved with that, and we have, because we're so involved in public education in California, we know the territory pretty well. The last three factors I want to mention are first, and this is the point that differentiates us pretty strongly from the others. We are owners of Leadership Associates. We are all partners. We are not hired consultants. We do not have other jobs as some other search consultants do. This is our focus, and we work full-time in Leadership Associates, and we have a vested interest in the success of the firm. We are more than a search firm. As you have seen from our proposal, we also offer a variety of services in governance development, leadership development, executive training. we don't just place candidates. We want to be sure we help our candidates succeed. We want to be sure we are helpful to the boards that we work with. And all of us remain very active in professional development work, both for boards and for superintendents and executive leaders in school districts. And the final point I want to mention is that we always try to bring you a cost-effective, clear proposal that identifies the cost that you expect to occur. Expenses are not buried somewhere. You know what our total fee is, and any dollar that you can save and get a quality product is a dollar that you spend on students of your district. So we always try to be very conscientious about the cost we charge and make sure you understand clearly upfront what your maximum costs are going to be. We appreciate the opportunity to introduce ourselves to you. We're very proud of our work and we're available to answer questions.
Thank you. Can you ladies put them all on the screen so that can we view all of them on the same screen? Is that doable? I seen it earlier. There we go. We have you guys all on the screen now. Thank you all for coming today virtually and in person. And I will go ahead and open it up now for any discussion or questions from the colleagues on the board.
I do have it for Mackenzie, my job, yours. Yes, I did a little bit of research about you. I did a little bit. And a couple teachers that kind of helped me out to just look in a little bit into you. And yeah, you do have a good success. And you do have superintendentes that stay longer, you know, in districts. Thank you. Thank you for coming.
Well, thank you very much. And I appreciate, I didn't get really a chance to say we have done quite a few searches in this county. Smaller districts, but we've also been active both in up and down California. I just finished one in Central outside of Fresno. It was a great search and people were very happy with our product. Thank you for your comment.
So all of you spoke about your community engagement, family engagement. Can you tell us a little bit about how you could support Stockton, also supporting our families who are non-English speaking, and that's to all of the firms?
I think it might help us a little bit if you give us an order in which you want us to go.
We'll stay in the order that you guys presented. So. Okay. HYAP first, and then McPherson, and then BWP, and then leadership.
Yes, and so community engagement is very essential and a cornerstone of a very effective superintendent search process. Whether it be Zoom, in-person, tabletop exercises, working with the district as it relates to translation, our objective is to be very inclusive and ensure that all voices are heard. Not just the parents, but also any other ancillary stakeholder. It's very important to engage the executive cabinet, teachers union, classified unions alike. And so the objective would be to work very cohesively with the district as well as your staff. I'm very confident you have a communications team or communications consultant. We work very succinctly with your DLAC, as well as your Black parent networks, your Asia Pacific Islander networks, and any of your other diversity/affinity groups within your organization to ensure that we capture their voice by way of the leadership profile development, but then just our general overall survey.
So I think that McPherson and Jacobson, one advantage that we have is that I know your district very well. And I know all your schools. My doctor graduated from STAG. I mean, you know, we're here. And I think we would tackle it quite a bit the same way as when we did Elk Grove Unified School District regionally, because you have a very diverse district in location and geography. What we did there is we used 4 regions of the school district, and we went out and held local meetings with the community and with teachers and with classified staff. We don't have a limit on the amount of time that we will go out and engage. We ask you what it is that you need us to do, and then we go ahead and do it. We too use Zoom. We go ahead and do individual meetings, and we take those same 4 questions and also put it on a survey for everybody to have input. I want to reiterate one thing about stakeholder engagement. We all do profiles and we all do engagement of the communities. I think that we do a very good job, but I think other search firms probably do a very fine job as well. What is different again about us is that we really think you need to engage your stakeholders through the whole process, through the selection process as well. And we do that in a confidential way and in a way that is not competitive with you as a school district board. It's your job to do the selection. But that really is one of the things that we will do it either way, but we're the one firm that really recommends that you consider that.
Representing BWP and Associates, again, I can say ditto to my colleagues and their presentations. I think 2 of the differences that I would like to talk about in terms of stakeholder engagement, one of which is oftentimes, again, you find that there are strategies that may not have been used in order to encourage people to participate, particularly in some various communities. So one of the things we do is we encourage leaders in the community to serve as ambassadors for the search process, to be able to go out and tap people on the shoulder, talk with their neighbor, encourage participation on a one-to-one, face-to-face basis in order to get people to attend and to want to participate and understand their importance, the important role that they serve as a part of the process. So we do the individual interviews, those one-on-ones, we do focus groups, we do the survey, we have an open community forum. And again, then we take all of that data and utilize that to create the leadership profile. But transparency, communication are critical components to community engagement. And as my colleague indicated, we take direction from you in terms of how the community gets engaged in terms of actually viewing the prospective applicants and candidates.
Okay. Okay, my turn for Leadership Associates, and thank you to my colleagues. I'd like to point out a few things that are important to us in the engagement process. I know it sounds like we're all similar, and in some ways we are, but we think probably each firm brings something a little bit different to the table, and it's important for you to know what we bring. First of all, we recognize the diversity of the districts, many of the districts in California, and when we put a proposal together, we're conscious from the very beginning of what kind of search team is important for us to have that will be helpful to that particular district. Every district is unique. And so in our team, Juan Garza, he is fully bilingual, and we have 2 backups in Blanca Cavazos, who was superintendent in Taft for a number of years, and Rich Thome. Both are also fluent Spanish speakers, and as needed can help us with the translation and other processes. Of course, we also rely on district translators as needed. So putting our team together in the beginning is really important to when we work with a particular district. What's the best fit for that? We also have translations of the online survey available for people, so it doesn't go out just in English. It can go out in Spanish. It can go, we have a Vietnamese version. We have a couple of others that we can put together for you so that we can reach out that way. We really need to spend time up front with the board and with your staff on identifying who are those key groups in your community that we want to spend some time with, listening to them, what their thoughts are about the district, what are the strengths, what are the challenges, what are they looking for in a new leader. We've been fortunate in doing other searches around the Central Valley, which include Sacramento, Fresno, and Modesto, to get, we have I think, a good sense of what some of the major issues are on a more global scale. But again, every district is unique, and we will need, frankly, we need your help in identifying those key leaders in the community and the groups. The DLACs are important part of this, and reaching out to them. Often they get neglected, and we want to be sure we reach out. We always say to ourselves, we do not want to have anybody in the community say through the search process, I didn't give a chance to voice my opinion. There's another part to this I think that's important. And when you meet with people and talk with them by Zoom or in town hall meetings or whatever, it's important, I think, the tone of those meetings, making people feel comfortable that we trust each other, we're respectful of each other, we listen carefully, and creating a comfortable environment for people to talk and think and share ideas is really important. And we spend a lot of time on that, practicing and doing what we can to make sure that people feel comfortable in talking with us. We'll share those ideas. And we say to people, if you have something to say that's confidential, we will not record it. We won't take it down. It's been great how many times people have, maybe they'll follow up after a meeting and give us a phone call, something like that. Well, you really need to know this. That's the kind of conversation we encourage. We also want to provide options for people to participate. That's why we have the survey and the Zoom meetings or town hall meeting or whatever. And there's a final part to this that hasn't been mentioned, and that's the role of students in the process. And again, I was struck at the beginning of the meeting and listening to the comments from the students, and I know Sally and I exchanged some text on this, what great contributors they are to the education process. And some of the best insights we had into what we should be looking for in a superintendent come from student groups that we've talked to. When we talk more about what does good leadership look like to you? What are you looking for in a good leader? They might not always know what a superintendent does at, each day at work or something like that, but they're really good at telling you what leadership is all about and what we should be looking for in leadership. And again, we record all these comments and then share them back with the board and the candidate that gets the job.
Thank you so much. And then we'll go ahead and put a cap on the response of the questions to 1 minute response for time's sake. So 1 minute responses. I have one question. After selection of a candidate, I seen on Leadership Associates that you stated that superintendents, if they leave within 1 year, that you come in and you support our district for free after that, if they leave within a year. So my question to all firms is, say example, we are a tough district, right? And say somebody decides to leave within the first year. It's a two-part question. Would all of you guys be willing to offer that? And then the second question is, do the candidates have a contract with the firm that says that they must stay with us for at least a minimum of a year? Or what is your agreement with the candidates on their commitment to a district that chooses them?
Madam Board Member, I'll answer first. Yes, we do have a commitment that we would conduct the search at no cost. And so to the second question within the 1 minute, no, we do not have any fiduciary or fiscal relationship with any applicant or any candidate. The relationship will be that between the district as well as the superintendent aspirant, or of course, once hired, they'll be your permanent superintendent. The objective is really to provide onboarding as well as board and superintendent retreats and engagement to ensure that the superintendent is successful and that we continue to support the match. And we're more than willing to do that. And we've done that in numerous districts, doing it as we speak. Recently placed the Bellflower Unified Superintendent in Southern California and working very collaboratively with him as far as ensuring that his onboarding is very successful.
I think the answer is the same. We have a one-year agreement, and we have no agreement with the candidate. We work for you, and we will help you facilitate their contract with you. You usually use your own legal attorney. If I can use a few of my minutes, I neglected to say how important student voice is and how we emphasize that in as one of the groups we search. And then also one of our consultants, Aida, will conduct stakeholder input in Spanish, and we'll work with your translators in all languages.
Again, BWP has a similar stance in that we will do the search again if the candidate does not last for 2 years, with the only cost being the cost of support services, not the cost for consultants. That would be number one. Number two, we do offer a year of consultation with the board and the superintendent at your request in order to help smooth the transition with regards to that particular search. I think the third thing that we have that I haven't heard any of my colleagues mention is that we also don't take any of our candidates that we place for the first 5 years. We don't market them to someone else. In other words, once we have worked with the and placed the superintendent, we don't go back and pluck them from a district and put them in another district because they match their skill sets. And our candidates go into that knowing that particular stance for BWP. Now, they may be recruited by another search firm, but it is not the search. Our search firm does not then take them and move them around someplace else.
All right, I'll just review our proposal in regards to the question that was asked. First of all, we did offer a one-year guarantee that if it doesn't work out, we will do the search at no additional cost. We do have a couple of travel expenses that are in, but they're very minor. But we do have that one-year guarantee. I will also point out that every contract is negotiable. So before the board signs the contract, if it's something important for the board to have us think about, there's a back and forth process that occurs with that. This isn't just something we just slap on your desk and say, take it or leave it. Every contract is negotiable. We do meet with the candidates in advance and particularly in districts where there might have been turnover. And we said, we really don't want you to apply for the job if you're not going to stay for a lengthy period of time. Stockton Unified needs stability of leadership over an extended period of time. And we want to be very clear with our candidates that we're not even going to bring you into a pool if you're not willing to make that kind of commitment to the board and everything like that. But
thank you.
It's a two-way street. The board has to do the same. So anyway, we have
time's up.
Thank
you. I just want to be fair to everybody. Sorry.
Sure.
So my question for everyone, and I'm just going to try to word this the best that I can. Could you name 1 or 2 traits that would be a part of your leadership profile, given from what you know about our district? What are 1 or 2 traits that you would advise to see on the profile?
A superintendent has to understand the word fiscal stability. All of us, my district, your district, all of our districts are going to begin to experience some serious turbulence in the succeeding years. In addition, your FCMAC report, your superintendent is going to have to implement elements of the FCMAC report as well as the grand jury findings. All of those documents the superintendent is going to have to be keenly aware of and unafraid to work collaboratively and cohesively with the board in order to ensure that a proper plan is in place to stabilize fiscally, but also bring forth a sense of ethics as well as integrity to the overall system. We have to get families to bring their children back to school within the district. We have to increase enrollment. We have to do all that we can in order to ensure that there's a bright future for Stockton Unified School District. And I want to be a part of that. Thank you.
I really appreciate your question. It's essential. And it's the way that we do this search. That's the first thing we ask you and set. And actually the candidates have to write to 5 or 6 critical criteria in their application. So what you brought up is central to what we do. And I've thought of 3. I'm always a high achiever, a little extra. But knowing Stockton and knowing your need for sustained leadership here, it's all about relations. Stockton is a very active political entity, and that's not bad at all. It's just you need a superintendent that matches up with that and is really talented at building coalitions through relationships and through collaboration. But in addition to that, the functionality of the district is really important too. So you need a very effective manager that can day in and day out handle the operational part of your district. You had a past superintendent that was here for a long time that I worked with, George Riddler. He had his deficiencies, but one of the things he was great at was managing.
And I'm going to add to that particular list that has come before you to say that from our perspective, communication is critical. Communication with the board, communication with the community, communication relative to the political setting, communication with students and staff. That notion of the transparency and the communication from the leader becomes an important aspect. And the commitment to diversity and equity. That's become a big buzzword now, but you want to have a candidate who has demonstrated success with a commitment to diversity and equity, and recognizing those are tantamount and important issues in today's society.
Well, I think what everybody's mentioned are really good insights to desirable qualities and characteristics. And in fact, if we get to search, I'm going to call all 3 of you and get your thoughts on it. But I think there's something that there's a bottom line for us in leadership associates, and that is what I'm going to call teaching and learning. The core mission of any school district is to have high quality teaching and learning. And what is it that the superintendent, a good superintendent has to know what good teaching looks like and be able to develop the systems and structures that produce high quality teaching across the district. One of those being good leadership at school levels and something like that. But the core of our work is teaching and learning. And how do we know students are learning? There you have to use values like equity and diversity and inclusion and things like that, and the support systems like an Abbott program or something like. What is it we need to do to make sure that all students are meeting the high expectations that we develop them? So we always want superintendents that know what good teaching and learning
time.
like and how to get it.
Sorry, that's time.
Speaking of a commitment to equity and diversity, I wanted to know what is the percentage of your consultants who are minority and or female, and what is the percentage of superintendents placed who are women and or ethnic minority?
HYA is a female-owned company and is proud to boast a plethora of consultants and advisors from all over the country, representative of our country's demographics. Now, with respect to the placement of superintendents, there are roughly 33% of superintendents throughout this country that are female. And you typically see that a percentage reflected in each search. And so we, of course, would like to increase that. And it's oftentimes a challenge. There are far few Latino and far few Black superintendents throughout this country, which of course we most certainly are desirous to work collaboratively with any school system to increase that. But it's very essential and very critical to respect and appreciate diversity and inclusion within the superintendency ranks. Thank you.
For McPherson and Jacobson, 2/3 of our placements are either women or people of color, and 9 out of 14 of our consultants are either people of color or women.
BWP and Associates, 45% of our board are people of color or women, myself included. And we have about a 62% placement rate for women as well as for minorities over the last 3 years.
For leadership associates, we have over half our partners are women or persons of color. Actually, it's closer to about 60%. We have 13 partners, but we also have a much larger team that works on professional development with boards and with school districts. And I don't have the breakdown of that, but all the people are on our site. And in our terms of our searches, we're 63% went to superintendents who are women or persons and persons of color. So diversity is one of our guiding core values. And it's a filter we use in every search we do. And a composition of our firm now reflects that. 4 of them are bilingual.
Yeah. So I do have one more question. Do you have any special procedures to evaluate potential superintendent candidates' interpersonal skills?
Yes, we're more than capable of providing a number of assessments to measure interpersonal skills. But the other aspect is really seeing and having the superintendents demonstrate their capacity through a measure of exercises. And so again, we can provide that data. Should we be selected, we're fortunate, then we'll make sure we incorporate such uses of technology in the overall process and provide the various reports to the board accordingly.
You know, we don't have any formal instruments or techniques of doing that. We really depend upon our vetting process of talking to other districts. And then one of the things that we encourage is actually for the candidates to present and perform for you, where you see a lot of their interpersonal skills.
We're very similar to McPherson in terms of the fact that we don't have a formal inventory of skill sets, but what we do look at is the expertise, demonstration of success stories in previous roles across the country in terms of the growth of the individual candidates, and utilize that measure to stack up against the leadership profile in terms of what you say you're looking for and the experiences, expertise, and success stories that an individual can bring to the foreground relative to making that connection. We also do not only their references in terms of checking, but we then go out and touch base with people that we know that individual that may not have been listed as one of their references in order to substantiate and document the claims that they make in terms of their success.
For leadership associates, we want to know what knowledge the person brings with her or with him. We want to know the skill set that the person has. We want to know the core values which guide their work, because as we all know, culture can undo strategy over and over again, and the superintendent's core values have a lot to do with what the culture of a school district is. And then we want to know how they relate and interact with other people. So when we recruit, we want to know who's out there that possesses, that addresses these 4 areas. When we do reference checks, whether they're direct or what we call oblique to people that aren't listed, these are the things that we want to know. And the background checks can also bring that up. We also want to help the board develop questions that address each of those areas. There are 2 or 3 questions that we ask in particular on the interpersonal skill set that are very effective in bringing out that information for the board.
Thank you. Time's up. Okay, thank you all for taking the time to come and talk to our board in our district. And we will be getting back to you as soon as we can.
Thank you.
Thank
It's
you.
been
So
a
much for
pleasure.
having us.
Thank you for the
And
opportunity.
if we were there, we would shake hands with all of the board members. So consider this a virtual handshake.
Yeah. Well, and I'd like to meet some of those students that we heard from at the beginning. That was just a great group.
Absolutely.
We
Thank
have
you.
amazing students here. Thank you.
Very good. On behalf of HYA.
I know I'm giving Diane the look. Do we go ahead? Do we choose
Madam
one now?
President,
Right?
it's identified as an action item. So it's up for the board to make a determination at this point in time if it wishes to choose one of the 4 candidates.
So we're discussing how, should we take, I don't know, a recess until we could decide, or do we continue?
No,
Or do we need to discuss it in public?
It's agendized as a public.
It's
as a
discussed in
item,
public.
yes.
Okay, so this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna go one by one, and each one of us can choose which one we thought score. We'll score them on a 1 to 5. How about that? Okay, so we'll score them on a 1 to 5, each one. Well, yeah, we'll score 1 to 5, and then the one who scores the highest will be the winner. How about that?
I guess we should open it up just for public, not public questions and comments, but just to have our conversation in front of the public. So I would say I actually had a chance to talk to everyone outside of BWP. I was impressed with both HYA and also McPherson. I like the process of McPherson in their 5th element to really provide support to make sure that we have goals for our superintendent, moving forward, making sure that we have a successful superintendent. And then with HYA, I think they bring a level of diversity that's needed when thinking about a superintendent. And they had some great candidates that moved forward. If you guys went through the presentation and did a little razzle dazzle with Google.
And Diane, can we include the public in this by a show of raising hands?
It's not agendized as such. That would have been open for public comment. But the board may certainly share their opinion in regards to each of the search firms as they have been presented. Or and at the conclusion, if there is a firm that you wish to move forward for a vote, you may also be able to do that.
Okay. So we'll start with we'll start with McPherson. And if you had to vote.
Madam President, that will be McPherson number 2. Well, the problem that I have is one of the people contact me. I choose not to contact to them. I'm not going to bring it up right now, but you know, when people try to contact board members, that's why we get into trouble sometimes. But I was very polite and I say, you know, you're going to have a turn here and move on. But to get to know me, that's it.
Okay, so the first firm that we heard from was HYA. So one by one, all of us can rate them on a 1 to 5. So we'll start with Trustee Donald on the first HYA, if you had to rate them on a 1 to 5. And if you have any comments or concerns about that firm, Now's the time to speak.
Just to clarify, was it HYA who said that their guarantee is 2 years, or is that BWP? Okay, thank you. And then everyone else is just 1 year?
So if you had to rate 1 to 5, where would they be?
I'll say a 3.
Okay. Clerk Cologne, HYA.
I just want to start off by saying that all four were very, very thorough. I appreciated the presentations, the explanations. It's not an easy decision at all, not at all. So with that, it was like the answers that I heard back really kind of that placed a weight for me. And then now having to say 1 through 5, what am I gonna do? So at this time, I do feel I would give HYA a 5.
I liked that it's female owned. Not biased at all. And I liked that they stated that they understand the fiscal stability and the community engagement. And with that being said, I would give them a 4. Trustee Mendez?
I will give him a 3.
Okay, thank you. Now we'll move on to McPherson.
Sorry, did
We
Vice
didn't,
President
yeah,
Stevens?
we didn't hear what Vice President had to
Oh,
say.
she said a 4.
Said a 4 because I had already spoken. I started with
Okay.
my comments earlier.
Okay, moving on to McPherson. Start from my left, Trustee Mendez.
Because they have a good success and several teachers contact me not being biased. I had to give them the 5.
Stevens, 5.
I'm gonna say a 4. I like that they're in California, that they're based out of California, and they are very familiar with our area. And I like that they are 50% of women over the last couple of years that are bid selected. Just Clerk Cologne.
Okay, I gave a 4. I also felt their presentation was strong. I like the 2-year guarantee as well, was an important factor too. And then comments to our questions. So I give a 4. Sorry, looked at the wrong note about the guarantee. So.
Trustee Cologne. Trustee Donaire.
This is for McPherson? Oh, okay. I'll give it a 4.
Moving on to BWP, Trustee Donald Donaire.
4.
Trustee Clerk Cologne.
I also give a 4, and this is where I appreciated the 2-year guarantee with BWP.
I'm gonna give BWP a 4. I'm just a 4 across the board. Everybody did a good job. I like that they says where they included leaders to be ambassadors to help recruit and attend meetings and engagement, and the focus group and the community forums, and the assessment and training. I really was impressed with that.
So I give them a 3. I thought they were kind of the smaller firm, which may not have some of the other components as far as like McPherson leadership or HYA. So I give them a 3.
Trustee Mendez? Okay, moving on to leadership associates. We'll start with you, Trustee Mendez. Vice President Stevens?
I give them a 4.
And I'm also going to give them a 4. I like that you're willing to stick around with us just in case they don't stick around with us longer than a year. And I like the fact that you said teaching to learning. There's a lot of students who don't know how to learn, and sometimes we have to teach them how to learn. And that's an extra component that teachers have to have a special technique on. And so that is important too. So I will say a 4. Clerk Cologne?
I also gave a 4. I thought having bilingual team members was important, as well as some of the other comments that were made to some of our questions. So I'd give a 4.
Trustee Donald Denier?
4.
Okay, after tallying all of our votes, Vice President, do you want to announce who scored the highest?
Sure, it looks like we are going with McPherson.
Excuse me, President, I think you still have to have a motion, a first, second, and
okay.
I don't know if you need any more discussion, but you have to have a motion.
Sorry, BWP 17, McPherson 22, leadership and associates. I need to do that, but I didn't tally it up. But HYA 19. Leadership 18.
Okay, can I have a motion to accept McPherson as our search?
Sure.
The McPherson and Jacobson search firm as our search firm for superintendent going forward. Can I get a second?
Second.
Roll call vote.
President Flores,
Yes.
Vice President Stevens,
Yes.
Clerk Colon,
Yes.
Trustee Donaire,
Yes.
Trustee Mendez.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0 with Trustees Rico and Zulueta absent. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your guys' time. We appreciate you so much. We are a board that runs on transparency and accountability, so we will definitely hold you to that. Thank you all for patiently waiting. And now we're going to move on. Thank you, Dr. Gonzalez, for being patient with us. 7.2 English Learner Program Services presentation. And this will be presented by Dr. Israel Gonzalez, Interim Director of Language Development Office, and the table and mic is yours.
Thank you, Board of Trustees. For tonight's presentation, I wanted to go through what we do in the LDO, what we've done, and where we're going as well. I just wanted to say, you know, I've been in education for 28 years. I have a TESOL concentration, BCLAD, and I teach a multilingual context class in the university. I'm not saying my resume. Just wanted to let you know that I've only been 7 months in the LDO. That's what I wanted to present to you in this format. So next, do we have a, yeah, cool. So in the world today, we have more than 7,000 languages. About half of them, a little bit over 3,000 are endangered. And so we will lose them in the next few years. We also know that language development is global. And dominant languages are being learned as primary and secondary languages, as you can see on the screen. English speakers, there's about 1.12 billion speakers. Mandarin Chinese, 1.10 billion. Hindi, 698. Spanish, 512 million. And French, 284 million. These are the top 5 languages in the world. In SUSD, next. In SUSD, we have a little bit more than 30 of those world languages, with English and Spanish being the most widely used by our students. And every student with a language not being in English in their household would be considered an English learner. We confirm those languages when the home language surveys are submitted. So you can see the breakdown of the languages there on the screen as well. Next, in SUSD, our percentage of English learners fluctuate throughout the year from about 22 to 26% on average. That depends on the incoming EL students, on the long-term ELs or reclassifications that happen during the year. You can see we have approximately almost 37,000 students. 8,500 of them are English learners. 9 schools have 40% or more English learners. These are August, Washington, Fremont, King, McKinley, Montezuma, Roosevelt, Spanos, and Henry. Also, if we have a breakdown of our special education population, 52% of our special ed students are English learners. In SUSD, about 2% are also newcomers. That's about 780 students. And from our newcomers, Spanish is spoken by 78% of them. Next, in SUSD as well, this is a snapshot of our current progress in last year's CASP test. And so what do you see here in this small image? What you see is 51% made progress from our English learners, which puts us in par with the state. 50.3 is the average for the state. You can also see this as a call to action, though, because 49% did not make progress. Next. So what is the LDO, the Language Development Office? Our office has the responsibility of overseeing, monitoring, and supporting the language development in SUSD. We also provide ongoing professional learning, coaching, modeling, co-teaching, co-planning, compliance and monitoring for all English learners language programs. We have a vision as well that the LDO is to advocate for English learners by focusing on their academic achievement, their language fluency, and self-empowerment. And the mission of the LDO is to provide quality services and ongoing support for all educational partners to ensure that every English learner receives consistent, meaningful instruction leading to a career in college readiness. Next. So these are the areas that we focus on in the LDO. Quite a few here. There are several areas, starting with our primary focus, our English language learners. But we are also a resource for our newcomers and our migrant students. We provide guidance with designated ELD for our ELP coordinators at the site level, our English language program coordinators. We provide PD in relation to our English learners to teachers, to our bilingual paras. We work with advisory groups from ELAC to DLAC, ensuring compliance. Our translation team services all of our schools. We have a few of them here tonight as well. We are also the department that focuses on 3 district plans: the migrant plan, the Title III plan, and the EL master plan. Next. The process of reclassifications, we on its own is an entire presentation, but we do heavily focus on that as well. In short, reclassification. Oh, I skipped the page. Let me go back to the LDO staff. This is our LDO staff. I cannot miss the opportunity to talk about my staff. It is a small and mighty LDO team. Our specialists and our one coach also build capacity for our site ELP coordinators and site coaches so that they in turn can provide instructional and informative sessions to their site. Their guidance and leadership is critical for all of our sites. Our parent liaisons, Paola and Diane, they are consistently planning and engaging our DLEC and migrant families. Our translators are few in numbers, but they provide translation and interpreter services across the district: IEPs, 504s, SSTs, board meetings, advisory committees, and so on. So this is our small team, but our LDO staff. So next. All right, so reclassifications. Reclassification is something that we do focus on heavily in the LDO. Just in short, in summary, the English learners, we are trying to reclassify them to become fluent English proficient. They have to meet criteria for us to reclassify them, but in the system, they're known as RFAP because they have been reclassified. In 2019-20 school year, 12% of students were reclassified. 2021, we had 5.6. Those were the COVID years. And then 2021-22 went to 10%. And then this year we're on track to also be between 7 and 10% reclassification. Next, we do have an LDO budget as well. From LCFF, or our local control funding formula, we have about 5.2 million. From Title III, we have about 2.4 million. Migrant Ed, about 479,000. And from ESSER 3, approximately 3 million. For our budget. The ESSER survey that we have right now is out for our English learner families to complete. That closes after this month. The current plan is a little broad, and you can see it on the screen. That is the wording in the actual ESSER 3 plan. But with the parents' feedback, we should be able to address English language learner services and needs and specific actions as well. Next. Our Title III annual plan, just to spend a little bit of time here, it's an addendum, very important and required document that the LDO reviews and revises on an annual basis. The plan will be brought to the board as well later this year. These are federal funds, and they are very specific. They have these specific requirements for our English language learners. So we'll bring this up to the board a little later. Next. We also have a large focus on our EL master plan. Our EL master plan is currently being revised by one more parent input session that we have. You can see the dates there on the screen. We've had already 4 sessions. They are helping to update the plan to make it stronger. Our DLAC parents have been instrumental in reviewing this plan. Next. The elevation platform. This elevation platform is what we have been piloting with a few schools this year: Henry, Stagg, McKinley, Harrison, and Hamilton. And this program will also be brought later on for your approval, so we can approve the annual license that we have. It is a program and a platform that helps monitor our English learners. It is a program that has data right from the get-go. As soon as you log in, you have your dashboard. It provides customizable EL data at a glance. It's got strategies and modules that teachers can use. It's a pretty large program, super helpful as well for our teachers. So overall, the LDO provides capacity building for staff and compliance and guidance for sites, and monitoring and improving the success of our newcomers, for migrant English learners throughout the district. Over the last 7 months, our department has reclassified already more than 400 students and growing. We've provided PD in all the teacher and para PD days. We've engaged our community and encompassed the process of language development for our English learners. We've provided more language proficiency exams in the last 3 years combined as well. We have opened up more language assessment opportunities for our students wishing to acquire the state seal of biliteracy. And I believe we're just getting started on these supports and resources for our students. So that is my short presentation for you guys tonight.
Thank you, Dr. Gonzalez. I have a few questions for you. How often do you meet with the parents?
Our parents, we meet them periodically throughout the year. It almost seems like it's nonstop. So every month we meet with them, especially when we are meeting for DLAC, when we're planning for parent conferences or parent committees. We meet with the officials on sites. When we get invited to the schools, we go and talk to their ELAC committees as well. Parents are instrumental, so they work with us hand in hand.
Do you get to meet with them often, or is that, what's the process? Like, how often do they get to see Dr. Gonzalez?
Yes, I do ask them if they want to invite me to their ELAC committees that I can go and present. I can go talk to them. I do want them to know that we are partners in this. And so when they do reach out or when they do come to the DLAC meetings and invite me, I'm always making sure that we have some kind of an open session so that we can go to their sites. So I typically go by myself. I don't bring a whole crew, but that's because the whole crew is working on everything else.
So you meet with them how often a year?
Whenever they invite me. So far this year, I've gone to sites to their ELAC committees to make presentations 3 times.
And then what does the Language Development Office do to monitor compliance for the ELAC committees at the site level?
ELAC is, and DLAC are requirements of the state. ELAC is, if you have 21 or more English learners, you need to have an ELAC committee. So you need to be compliant with that. Our specialists work on all of the compliance pieces, working with the site leads, with the ELP coordinators, making sure that they have all the documentation uploaded. We have Title I crate where everything goes uploaded. Our specialists are consistently checking that, working with the site leads.
We had a teacher comment today about the minutes of the meetings. Do you oversee any of that at all? Do you have any?
The minutes for DLAC, that is part of the officials. You know, they have a secretary that writes the minutes. We do try to assist if they need that assistance. So what we try to do is like have additional notes for we have a new secretary too. Great job, by the way, if Camelia is still here. She's been doing a great job. And so we want to make sure that she's confident too in those notes. Yeah, minutes are, we give them feedback on the minutes. So it is something that we assist with, but it is more of an official thing that they do.
And do you plan on having training with the ELAC parents and the DLAC parents? Because there's been some confusion, you've been there, about our role as board members too. So can you, I don't know if you do or if you can, bring and give them the training so that this way the parents don't have to be the ones to feel uncomfortable or be misguided as far as what their role is as parent advocates versus when other leadership is in the room or allowed to speak. And you were there.
Yeah.
So you know exactly what I'm talking about. And so give them the proper training so this way they are not misguided and misled. Okay.
Oh yeah, for sure, for sure.
Yeah, they are very misguided right now. So they need
talking about DLAC?
DLAC and ELAC. Yeah. So I don't know if you guys have how that rolls, but that's a big major issue from there. Okay. So then my next question is, how does the LDO support new teachers?
For new teachers, we have training over the summer. We also have throughout the year during the PD days. Our team has presented in both PD days for elementary, both PD days for the high school. And so we are consistently, and also when we get county assistance, because they also have different workshops for our teachers, we also send those invites, make sure that our teachers are part of the EL strategies, the new instructional, approaches that we want them to do. Now, I wish we had more participants, when we offer things and not everybody says, okay, I really want to do that, but we do want to make sure that we have those sessions available for them.
Okay. And then how often does the LDO work with our bilingual schools, and what types of goals are being made for those sites?
Our bilingual schools we have 3, in case the community does not know, Pittman, McKinley, and Hunkingston. And they're all slightly different. And so we want to make sure as an LDO, but also myself, because that is my background in bilingual schools, is to make sure that they feel confident in moving ahead and what they're doing. So I meet with them regionally. I call it a DLI regional on Zoom, and when I get them all together. I also visit their sites quite a bit. I want to make sure that I'm there as a resource if they need me. So quite a bit. And the ultimate goal for dual language is to have that biliteracy. So we want to make sure more and more students have that biliteracy.
And one more question. How often does the LDO work with our bilingual schools, and what types of goals are being made for those school sites? So our dual language schools. What additional supports does LDO need to better support EL students and their families?
I think ultimately for our small team is that we would have additional staffing to help. We do have 56 schools that we try to assist. And in the last 7 months, what I've heard is that there's just not enough of us, to help everyone. So we try to be creative and try to host these sessions like office hours, please join us, things of that nature, but we are definitely short staffed. So more staff would definitely help.
I know I bombarded you with a bunch of questions, but we just came back from our NABE conference. So do you guys have any other questions? Go ahead, Trustee Clerk Coloni can talk today.
So my question was just wondering what the numbers are for non-native speakers in our dual emerging schools. How many of them are reaching the seal of biliteracy or earning the seal of biliteracy? Do we have numbers on that? If not now, could we get that? And I think that really was looking more at, or not just more, but looking at these different numbers here. Your presentation was mostly on English learners. So I'm just curious about non-native speakers coming from the conference, learning new terms like emerging bilingual or heritage learner. Just wondering how we're serving those students.
I'll see if I can try to answer in parts. The seal of biliteracy is huge. It's awesome that we have this available for our students. Something the LDO did is we actually added more students to our assessing. So last year, the years before, it was only seniors that were taking the test, the Avant test. We now open it up to juniors and seniors. So if the juniors by chance don't pass it, they have another year. And so we want to give them that opportunity to meet the seal of biliteracy requirements. So the seal of biliteracy is amazing, but it's only offered right now to the high school students. Obviously, our 3 bilingual schools, they go all the way to 8th grade, but that's something else that we want to talk about as a pathway at the high school. But really, it's making sure that they have those, that time, those years that they spend. I say something and it might surprise people, but I say that the 4 years of high school Spanish is equivalent to what a student at a dual language school would meet in 1st grade. So by 1st grade, they already have more time, more hours than 4 years of high school. So it is a different track that they need to be on. And so that would be for the seal of biliteracy. The other part of the question was referring to
how are we serving our non-native speakers? So people who are considered emerging bilingual or heritage language learners?
So non-native, obviously the non-native for us, that would be our newcomers. We have people that are not from this country. Go ahead.
I'm learning the terms. I might have asked this question wrong. So they're native English learners, but they're in dual emerging classes.
Okay.
So Spanish or, because they're dual emergent is a Spanish.
So our
program.
English only students.
Right, yeah. What would you call, is it emerging bilingual? Or
No, emerging, those terms are more for our ELs. But when we talk about our English only students that are in dual language programs, they are needed. So a perfect bilingual school would have either a third English only, a third Spanish only, and a third bilingual. That would be a perfect dual language school. So the makeup of the students, the reason why it would be well made is because you now can partner strategically students, the English only students who are forced to talk, in Spanish or the other language of the bilingual student and so forth. So you do have bilingual schools that have a certain criteria as well. And so some schools are not even considered dual language schools, but they try, or there may be a one-way program. So the more we go to these NABE and CABE conferences, you'll see that there's so many different pathways for our kids. And so we'll be more familiar with that. Susanna?
I do want to say that emerging bilinguals is the right word. So it's correct. They're emerging bilinguals. A lot of those students are kinders and our dual language immersion programs. And then we can also bring back or provide the comparison numbers for the state syllabi literacy, maybe the last 3 years, Dr. G, in terms of our numbers and what they've looked like. And then by grade or by school site, we could offer that too.
We have some numbers in the LCAP as well, because it is one of the actions.
Can I speak? When we were in the conference, I was very interested in what she's saying, Mrs. Colon, in that one, because it was teachers there, older teachers and young teachers. And the time young teachers, they want to learn from the old, but they say that there's so many rules in the bilingual. Sorry about that. And then the children, they need to kind of separate them. So can you help me with that? Because it was hard for me to understand everything there. Why is the LDO, the ELs, and they feel that the young teachers are not being helped enough. Are we helping the young teachers or the middle teachers? What are we doing for them so they can help their children? Because when I was there, it was teachers from Kansas that have been 10 years serving, 5 years serving Florida, and they say they feel not welcome sometimes in the school districts they work. This is true.
Well, and
they film us. They were filming everybody.
Yeah, and that's
so.
And that's,
I don't know what's going on, but I want to. In my feel, maybe I'm saying something and it's not correct, but it's sad to see teachers who have a degree and say that They make me feel like I'm not worth.
Yeah, and that's sad to hear when that happens. We don't want that to happen here in Stockton. When teachers don't have the support by the administration, or they don't have the support by a department like LDO, if they don't have the support from a district level, then it becomes, one of those things where they feel like unwanted, or they feel like they're not being supported. And so then you might lose out on those teachers. You might get either burnout real fast and they just leave the profession, or they just decide to do something else. And we don't want that. So that's true. Those things do happen. So we want to make sure that we can prevent that or get ahead of that.
I also want to add that we do have an amazing partnership with the teacher induction program. That's with Lori Goldstein, amazing team. And so our specialists do work with them to provide training to our new up and coming teachers. In addition, we also provide an identified specialist, Maria Lázaro, in our department that what I would say caters to any support, professional development that our 3 school sites need, Huntington, Pittman, and McKinley. So not enough. I mean, we don't do enough because there's so much need, but we do try to provide them with support through teacher induction and through our specialist, Maria Lázaro.
How can we, as a board, support the LDO and the bilingual schools?
I think the LDO always wants to be a part of their planning. We want to make sure that they see us as a resource. But every site has a different need. And some schools want to have more B-clad teachers. They want to make sure that they also, in a sense, qualify for additional stipends as well, but they want to make sure that we support the bilingual teachers. They are in the classrooms teaching in 2 languages. And so it's a little different than just being bilingual. So I think they want our support in that, like making sure that we can provide the staffing, professional development, the curriculum that they use. The curriculum is also in Spanish. So we have Benchmark and we have Adelante, which is both English and Spanish. And so when I asked our teachers about Adelante professional development, you know, that's something that they have been seeking as well. So it's really just making sure that we can provide the professional development, that we can provide us as a resource, that we can provide if possible, the additional staffing.
Tracy, is there any way that you can schedule a meeting or luncheon with all of the bilingual LDO, so all 3 schools and LDO staff, so that we can have how can we help you get expanded, right? Because I refer to Dr. Ramirez often because when I started in 2018 and 2019, we started the conversations about improving our dual language schools and identifying our EL learners and giving the supports, and it came to a halt. And so now we have more support as a board to start taking a look at those again. And also, like, what does it take for our teachers to get a B-clad? Do we have it in our budget to pay for a B-clad certificate so that this way we take it that burden and increase incentives for our teachers to maybe want to become a bilingual teacher, and have that, like, what is the cost analysis? And we stopped at that. I never got that. So if we could get a cost analysis on what that would be, and then we can further discussion on how we can move forward with supporting those programs, schools, and departments.
So I do have 2 questions, Dr. Gonzalez. So I know home to school support is important for our students, making sure that what they're learning as an EL student is being reinforced at home. So what type of services are you provided or programs that's enhancing the learning at home? So from home to school for parents.
Something that we want to promote is literacy at home quite a bit. So we want to make sure that our families come to our, free book fairs and things of that nature so they can get more books for our kids. We also offer the tutoring services after school. We have migrant funds for our migrant students. We have EL funds for our EL students. And so, and for summer, we're also planning on in the summer sessions as well. So we want to make sure that we give them as many resources as possible. When we meet with parents as well, we want to also build their capacity of things to do at home. So like the importance of reading, the importance of problem solving, at home in a regular conversation over making cake, so quite a bit of just building capacity with our parents to take home. And so I think for the most part, when we look at our plans as well, we want to strengthen them as well to make sure that the home is being targeted.
So I see there's 3 other languages, Hmong, Cambodian, and Tagalog. How are your 6 translators supporting these families?
They are the Cambodian family. We have 1 translator in our LDO team that can speak Cambodian or Khmer. And, but for the most part, the others, we don't have. So we have to hire out. And so we have a company that we partnered up with and was approved as well via board, but we call them often for the languages that we don't have here.
So then how does the DLAC and ELAC support these parents? Or is that something that should be built out?
Say that again, like how does DLAC help those parents?
Yes. So there's a DLAC group, right?
Yes.
It's specific to EL parents, parents of EL students. So how does the Hmong, Tagalog, and Cambodian parents also participate in ELAC and DLAC?
We haven't had any of those parents come with different languages yet to DLAC, but if they do, and I would want to invite them to come, is we need to start getting the Excel services or their translators to be at those meetings, just like we do with the other meetings as well. So if we have our translators available, so we would do the same for all of our other families as well that don't speak the English or the Spanish language that's being utilized in the meeting.
Trustee Stevens, we did have that structure in place. We had bilingual evaluators that spoke those exotic languages. They're now at the centralized enrollment center. So I think that that's something that we need to consider and build out.
Yeah, because I think, so these parents also need support. I think the ELAC should be reflective of what the EL culture actually looks like at the district, and that has not been built out yet, but there's opportunity to make that happen.
Also, the home to school connection, we do have a partnership with County Office of Education through the migrant program. And so they do provide home visits, but that's mostly for our little ones, preschool age. But that's the only thing that we are honestly doing intentionally. We do have a parent liaison, but the focus is not home to school or home visits as of yet.
Can I have the microphone? And I do understand that because in Taylor Elementary, I got a lot of Laotians and also, Filipino, and they do have some home visits that I've been told. But it's just the Filipino community, they come in and they translate to each other. Some they speak a little bit English, all of us, we have heavy accent, and we get ourselves, there. Very proud of Taylor. The principal is working really hard, and he's always there attending, the community. I'm very happy for that, and we can do better. We can do better. But thank you so much for your time.
One last question, or maybe comment. We had a room full in here. Not sure if everybody knew, but we had a room full in this room of test takers for a bilingual test in all languages, right?
And there's about 15 languages.
15 languages. How many, when do we find out who passed and what languages do we have here?
I started sending them out tonight while you guys went to closed session. I was sending them again. So we have been sending, well, we sent quite a few today. So they should be getting the news if they passed or not. But I can assure you, we have some talented people because we were up in the 95 percentile. Most people passed their proficiency exams. And so that was impressive.
So now that we have them on our campuses and in different departments, because it wasn't just teachers, it was open to anybody, correct?
I believe it was open to STA and SPPA.
Okay.
But the assessment itself, that is something I know HR is working on to see if they're going to open it to everyone else. I'm not sure.
Okay. So what are we going to do with those skills now that, because what happens is if they took that test, they got a stipend for that, right?
They have to apply for the stipend through the process,
but they're eligible now.
But they would be eligible.
And how much is that stipend?
Just, do you want to answer, Wendy? I believe it's 1 or 2%, maybe.
It depends on the union, but yes, I believe it's 2% base salary for STA members.
I was not part of the stipend, so I'm referring to.
Do we have a plan to, are they aware and willing? And do we have a plan to utilize their skills now when we need them?
So the agreement with STA and SPPA is by applying for the bilingual stipend, they agree to be on a list to be volunteers. So that list goes throughout the district. So if there was, for example, a principal at a site and needed some assistance, maybe translating something in an IEP, they could go to someone on the list and ask if they'd be interested in assisting.
10 o'clock. Oh, sorry. We have Felice who wants to speak. And then it is 10 o'clock. Oh, we got some kids reporting for CTE. So we'll move this on quick, okay?
So what Wendy said is accurate, but to be more clear, this was a grievance from a number of years ago that finally got resolved. And that is why the language is now in the contract from last year. And we're just getting testing done, so we have qualified people to volunteer. Just wanted to add that. Thank you.
Thank you, Felice. Okay, thank you, Dr. Gonzalez. Moving on to 7.3 Career Technical Education Program Services presentation. Mr. Nate Haley, Administrator on Special Assignment. Please step up with your team, Martina and Krista. Thank you.
Matt.
Good evening, President Flores, Vice President Stevens, Board, and Superintendent Miller. It's a privilege to get to share with you tonight. Really, I think the kids coming kind of speaks for itself. This is why we do this program. I've been serving the Career Technical Education program now for 4 years. I came in the administrative assignment of STEM coordinator 4 years ago. 3 years ago, the position of Career Tech Ed Director was dissolved, and I took over the duties of that position at that point, and currently serve the program under the title Administrator on Special Assignment. I proudly work with my team. I'm going to have them introduce themselves.
My name is Krista Van Est, and I'm your Work-Based Learning Coordinator.
Martina Quinones, Senior Admin Assistant.
I'm very proud of the work we do, so I wanted them to join me tonight. So really the hope of today's presentation is to help you more understand what CTE is, what it is we're trying to accomplish with that. Also looking at what our goals are, and most importantly, the funding sources. How do we make all this happen? And so I want to be able to educate you on what structures we have in place and where we're going. Oh, next slide. Sorry, Abby. And one more slide. But really, let's start with the why, right? The why, again, was the students that you saw in front of you. But why do we focus on Career Tech Ed? Where does it meet our district mission of graduating every student, college and career, and community ready? And to illustrate this, I have a graphic up here by Dr. Kevin Fleming. He's done a lot of research on the workforce in California, and he made a graphic of the fate of 100 California students in 9th grade. All right, so if we were to trace these students through, and again, this is California data, all right, but the statistics say that 31% of these kids will drop out. 42% of them will go straight to work after they graduate, and 27 of them will go to enroll in college. Right, so that's already 1/4 of our students alone that are just going to college. Of the ones who go to college, 10 of them are going to drop out. And of those who graduate, 17 will graduate, 10 of them are going to be underemployed. In other words, they'll be carrying the mountain of debt that comes along with college, and they won't be working in a career that will help them to match what they should be getting. All right, so this really, for me, this illustrates the philosophy of why we're doing Career Tech Ed. All right, we need to realize what the needs of our community are and be realistic about meeting them. All right, we need to highlight for our students all the different ways that they can reach successful careers. And college is one way to get there, right? But what percent of our students are actually getting there, right? 83% are not finishing with that 4-year degree. So how do we meet their needs? How do we make them successful employees in this world? All right, so next slide, Abby. So we're going to go over this really quickly here, but I want to show you that we have a learning progression for Career Tech Ed in Stockton Unified, right? Usually when people think of Career Tech Ed, they think of the cool robotics program or the FFA programs that you saw today. And definitely that's kind of the pinnacle of it. But just like if you were to teach reading or English, you don't start in high school, right? And it's never too early to start talking to our kids about careers and having them think about their education in terms of their careers. So we take this clear back to kindergarten. We use a program called Zello. If you can move to the next slide, Abby. The Zello platform allows students to explore careers and also take aptitude and interest tests starting from the early age of kindergarten. All right, this follows them as a platform through college and is used by the counseling departments to help store four-year plans and so forth. It also talks to them about employability skills. We call these soft skills. And these are the skills that help you get employed and stay employed. This is what our industry partners are asking us for, right? We need kids with grit. And so this is where we start talking about that. Next slide. Can you move to the next slide, Abby? Thank you. Moving into the middle school years, these are really quirky years. I was a middle school teacher myself for 12 years here in Stockton Unified. I absolutely love it. You either love it or you hate it. And you know what? You can't get stories like that unless you teach middle school. And this is really where I kind of got my start in CTE. I come from a building trades background before going into teaching, but one of my loves when I taught middle school was teaching robotics. There are many great STEM options for our students to start taking in middle school that are creative, they're innovative, and I taught a PLTW robotics course, right? What I was able to see of the kids in those courses is they were able to see themselves in the position of an engineer or a programmer at their early age of 13, right? And this is why I feel this is so important in our district. The STEM careers, computer programming, biomedical science, engineering, these professionals are reaching out to our education system and saying, we need females and we need minorities. We need the demographics that are represented here in Stockton to come work in our industry. All right, and so that's why we start with that early. We want kids picturing themselves there. And you can attest by the kids who came here tonight, they didn't see themselves in that position until they were put there. All right, and I saw kids who were high achievers academically and low achievers flourish and prosper when put in that environment. All right, so that's what we're building towards. They get great middle school elective options through PLTW, MESA, and AVID. Next slide, please, Abby. Going into 9th grade, things start getting real. My own son just went through this class recently, and he's like, Dad, I can't believe the things this made me think about. There's a lot of people who approach educators and say, why aren't you talking to your students about personal financing, about planning out your future, about figuring out how much a house is going to cost, about figuring what your aptitudes and interests are in pursuing a career? That's what happens in the Get Focused, Stay Focused class. And, you know, this is really where, again, we take our Zello software and we now put it on steroids. We're diving into it and we're figuring out like this is getting real. The students research careers that are of interest to them and they figure out what pathway is going to get them there. Right? Selfishly for myself as a CTE guy, I want them to look at their high school and figure out which CTE pathway is going to best match the career of their choice. Next slide, please. So this is where we finally get to what we call officially career tech ed. All right, again, there's a lot of groundwork that goes on before it, but what career tech ed is, it is a series of classes that a student takes. We call this a pathway. A pathway can be 2 or 3 courses long, right? But when a student completes them, they are considered now a career tech ed pathway completer by the state. We'll talk about how that ties in just a little bit. The journey doesn't stop there. We're looking to guide students into internship opportunities where they get to go out, work with somebody in the profession and see like, hey, is this a good choice for me? Should I go to engineering school for 6 years and then decide I don't want to do it? Or should I hang out with an engineer for a little while and see if this is the right match for me? All right. There's also dual enrollment options. And to highlight this, all of our programs in Stockton Unified flow into programs at San Joaquin Delta College. Next slide, please. Another exciting part of Career Tech is career technical student organizations. We have 3 officially recognized CTSOs, is what we call them in CTE language. HOSA, Skills USA, and FFA. I am very excited to announce the amount of kids we are sending to state competitions to represent SUSD. Some of them are sitting in this room. We have 30 students from HCA attending HOSA, 100 students from Chavez, Franklin, Merlot, and Weber will be representing Skills USA, along with 53 delegates, where students go and they learn how to be part of a democratic representative body like this. 32 students from FFA will be going to the state competition. From there, we're hoping to be sending some to nationals. We did last year and we intend to this year. While they're not considered CTSOs, Vex Robotics and MESA are also very important organizations that students can participate in and connect with people from other careers and really pursue their interests. We are sending two schools, Chavez High and Harrison Elementary, will be going to state competitions for Vex Robotics. Next slide, please. This is where I'm going to defer to Krista. She is our expert on work-based learning and doing a great job.
Can you pause just 1 second, Krista?
Absolutely.
Can I place a motion to extend our meeting to 11 o'clock?
I second.
Can I get a vote? All those in favor say aye.
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 I was gonna say no, but aye.
Okay, go ahead and continue, Krista.
Well, as Nathan referred to and kind of walked you through our continuum. So we're starting at kindergarten and working students through work-based learning is where we're culminating all these activities. And we're trying to get students not only the opportunity to visualize themselves, but to actually go out and see this work. One of the lowest impact from our inputs from our community, but high impact for our students is to have guest speakers come and speak. And so just a quick example is we have the media careers is something that's offered at almost every one of our schools. And we had our guest speaker come in and speak to all of our comprehensives and the Merlot and Weber as well. And they had drones out running, making media, learning how to create social media posts, learning how to create that kind of from our industry partners. And that came from actually the breakfast that several of you had joined us with the BEA, that partnership with our community and bringing our community partners in where they can maybe offer a field trip. Like we got to tour with the teachers the new city hall, and they're ready to take some of our students in there to see what that looks like, so that if they really know that they want to do construction career, they can stand right next to guys that are and gals that are doing it and see themselves doing it with the hard hats on and the safety goggles. We have plans to go see Collins Electric, as well as we just finished a tour with Caltrans as well. We're working with our local partners. We're working to show our students there's positions in this community that they will provide not just a wage, but a living wage where they can thrive in this community and continue to support themselves, their families. We have college tours, as we mentioned, that every single one of our pathways connects to Delta College, and we're partnering with Delta College, and even they're going to help with the bill of bringing our students. We're going to walk them to Delta College. We're going to hand them off right to those teachers, and they're going to meet those professors. They're going to see the classrooms that they're going to take their classes in and meet those counselors that are going to get them enrolled in those positions. So we're not just going to say, there it is. we're going to walk them there. And that's where this work-based learning is kind of headed. We have, as you see up there, internships and apprenticeships. Those are our bigger ticket items we are continuing to work for. One of the things we'll mention later is we could use some help with advocacy, because right now, legislatively, our hands are tied in terms of placing students outside of our district at and many of our partners. But we found a way to work around that. And so just a great example is our own HR department. Sherry Jackson has hired 4 of our interns. I say hired, but it's unpaid. But these interns are helping recruit students, not just students, but people in our community come work for our schools. They are our representatives and working with her. We actually in the CTE department have our own intern, and she's helping us put on these activities. She's the one who packaged up all of those marketing swag to make sure that we're out there promoting. So every time you take a drink, think CTE, shamelessly promoting.
Thank you, Krista. Next slide, please, Abby. So to give you the scope of the programs in our district, California recognizes 15 different industry sectors. We represent 12 of those in the programs that we offer. Of those 12, those can be divided down into what we call pathways. We have 52 pathways at our high schools. To drop down lower, we have 30 K-8 sites officially offering STEM electives. Is that enough for me? No. All right, I want to see it at all. We also have active CTSOs, like we mentioned, at the schools that are listed. Abby, next slide, please. Yep. Right, so we started the year off. We actually ended last year and sat down as a team and said, what are our goals? All right, and in looking at the data that we have around our programs and what our capacities are, we decided that we wanted to make sure we're working towards creating school-wide systems that encourage CTE pathway completions for all SUSD seniors by the 24-25 school years, right? Why do we say for all? Because we have the capacity to do all. We have 52 pathways, right? I want this to make this a mainstay experience for our students, but there has to be a structure built to make that happen. It's not by chance. Also, we looked at establishing our work-based learning structure by adding 50 interns. At this point, we are up over 25, right? Yeah, so we're halfway there, and we got slapped by AB 130 from the state level that really kind of limited our capacity to do that based on fingerprinting. So while that's being worked out, Krista's doing some amazing work in all the other areas. All right, and then finally, we wanted to see every school site offering a CTSO. At the high school level. Currently, Edison does not have one, but we have teachers who will be attending the state conference with us and will be learning how to start one at their site. Weber reinvigorated their chapter this last year and is now sending the largest amount of competitors. And at Stag High, we're looking to expand Skills USA as well. Next slide, please. All right, so we've talked about the why, we've talked about the what. This is where it matters with the state, all right? How is the state judging us? And that falls under the college and career readiness indicator. All right, there's many ways to be considered college and career ready, but in 2019, which was the last time they put out an official report due to lack of testing, our school district came in at 20% of our students being college and career ready. In my mind, that's unacceptable, and I know that is for everyone in this room. How do we get there? Right? CTE is an easy lift. Right? If you look at the diagram here, we have many different ways for a student to be classified as college and career ready. If you look at the far right-hand number 7, a student can complete a CTE pathway and complete a passing score in a smaller but balanced assessment, or take a college credit course. Right, so it's always this and, all right. Also with A through G completion, that's one route to get there, but A through G completion alone does not get you college and career ready, according to the state. You also need to add one of the other elements that you see there, and I might point out CTE is one of them. All right, so at the state level, this is considered important, and we just got back from the Educating for Careers conference yesterday. I attended the State of the State by the CD Director for College and Career Readiness, Pete Callis. There is tons of money heading our way from both the federal and state level to promote college and career technical education. All right, next slide. Just to give you an idea of how our numbers have progressed. In 2019, we had only 205 students completing a pathway in our district. Last year, we finished with 540. Right, so we are showing good positive improvement there. We're getting our data systems aligned. We're getting our counseling systems aligned to make sure that students are being guided into these pathways. But we can still do much better than that. I expect in this next year, we're going to see even more significant results. We currently had, as of fall term, 3,500 students participating in CTE. All right. The next step is to get them to complete that pathway. Right, and that's a whole system of planning by itself. Next slide. Like with everything, money kind of runs it, right? How do we make these things happen? How do we send kids to events like Skills USA? That is a lot of what CT is built around. There are three main funding sources. One is Perkins. This is a federal grant that I have to apply for every year. It's an extensive application process, comprehensive local needs assessment. You look at the local labor market. What is it doing? What sort of program should you build? And we apply for the grant off of that. The state funding, you can see CTIG is a Career Technical Education Incentive Grant. That's actually our largest funding source. The round 7, we brought in $2.3 million. This is one of the biggest amounts in the state awarded to districts, but is mainly built around ADA, all right? There are $300 million set aside every year in the state budget to supply CTIG. So the amount we bring in will vary depending on how many schools apply and our ADA. This last year, when I applied in fall, we've been awarded $1.8 million. All right, so it's a significant chunk of change. Strong workforce is another great funding source. And what I love about that, it allows you to become very particular with a project. And so this is awarded through the California Community Colleges Chancellor's Office. We have been awarded 4 of them since I started this position. One is to build a livestock facility and really round out that ag program at STAG. We recently finished the Franklin High Welding project that was partially funded by Strong Workforce. We also received one to do an auto body shop over at Franklin, and most recently we're awarded one to complete the ag mechanic shop at STAG. All right, so these were great funding opportunities. Really, I look to utilize and build programs around equity. Right? What do we have available to students at each site? A lot of the grants that we applied for and projects that we undertook were to make sure that students at each site had equal opportunities. Next slide. One thing that you'll see more of coming across your desk is the different facilities projects we're working on. Like I just mentioned, we completed the Franklin High Welding Lab. The next projects that are under work are the STAG Livestock Facility and the Franklin Auto Body Repair Facility. Both of those will be funded by Strong Workforce, CTIG, and we did receive some ESSER funds in which I got written CDE approval to use them for these projects. So they have been cleared and approved by the California Department of Ed. Other proposed projects, the STAG High Mechanics Shop, a remodel for the ag program and one of the wings to put them by their greenhouse, and also shade structures for the Jane Frederick, Edison High, and Franklin High construction programs. Really be able to expand the area in which their footprint is. Next slide.
Nate?
Yes.
Is it too late to add other schools to that project? Because I know Merlot wanted in on that too.
So Merlot is getting a shade structure. It's not necessarily for the CTE programs. Yeah, so that was approved kind of under the same umbrella there. Yeah. So I just really, on this slide, I just wanted to summarize kind of what we do in our day. We have a lot going on. We have major events that we do throughout the year. The CTE 8th grade showcase, we started for the first time this last November. That was an amazing success for the first time. We really realized ways we could improve it. And yesterday we presented with Krista, myself, and Nicolette Gonzava, Tammy Gray from the counseling team, really how we paired up and made that happen. Other school districts were going, wow, we need to do this. So it really was an area of pride for us. We do breakfasts. CTE month was this month. We did a lot to recognize the teachers in that. But we have continuous ongoing projects. One of my major roles is to make sure that funding is secured and that comes in. That actually takes a lot of time and planning, not only to get the money, but to make sure that the money is spent in the right spots and is building our programs. That's also a huge contribution from Martina. She makes sure that stuff is really flowing and getting to where it needs to go. And we order a lot of things that our district never sees: high-powered laptops, forklifts, you name it, right? They're not usual orders, and so it really takes a lot of creativity to make that happen. And like I mentioned earlier, we look at ways of increasing our program accessibility. Those are listed there for you. And Krista spends her day, along with doing amazing coordination on events. She's an awesome party planner, but connecting with our industry and making sure that they are getting connected with our students. Next slide. And last slide. All right, so what can you guys do for us as the board? First thing I would ask is that you ask questions. All right, CTE in itself is kind of a different language. When I took this role, I spent about a year is like learning the foreign language, right? And so there's definitely questions that you will have, and I'm here to help educate on that. I'm an educator at heart. Right? You can help establish partnerships, right? Angelina, I know you've been active in talking to UC out there, and any connection we can make, anything that can put a kid in a livable wage job, we want to pursue that opportunity. All right, the 1852 Foundation. Kenitha, I know you're heading that, right? We'll be talking more. We'd also like to encourage and invite you to participate in our CTE events, especially like Skills USA, things like that. We can talk about ways that you can connect and see what's going on there. And as Krista mentioned, advocacy. Right? There's a lot of laws that, even with good intentions, can in fact affect what we're trying to do in CTE and grow our program. So there has to be a lot of back and forth between what we're doing up to the city level, up to the state level. And with that, I will take questions.
Can I have the microphone? I would like to ask you, so few children then are letting me know that you know Spanish, then you try to talk Spanish with them. It is true?
Myself?
Yes, that's what the kids say. He tried to talk to us and teach us what it is going on.
You know what? I'll always give it a try. I'm not very good at it. I always joke about it because I met my wife when I was in Spanish class in college. Therefore, I learned really good Cambodian. Right.
Yeah, thank you for doing that. And also I can see you guys have a very good energy. It's nice seeing you. Thank you.
Thank you. I love the team that surrounds me.
So thank you so much for your presentation. CTE and just career in general was something I heard around Area 6 neighborhoods, walking and talking with people. It was like one of the very top discussions that we had. When I went and looked at some of our data, and of course, going from 2019 before COVID, so we do have a low rate of CTE graduates or graduating with the CTE
the completers,
right?
Mm-hmm.
And so I wanted to understand that more. I don't know I know we're going over time, but maybe if you can just answer that quickly, and maybe we can go into depth another time. But what is where's the barrier there?
It's from multiple fronts. When I first took on this position, part of it is we weren't capturing our data correctly. There is a whole coding system behind CalPads, which captures our data. We found that we were getting dirty data. All right. So, and it's mind numbing digging through it and making sure that's correct. So that's where I started. That cleaned up a lot of stuff. From there, it really moves on to what is the site culture? How are we marketing our programs so students know that it's there? How are we getting them in the right programs? And then how are we making that happen as a staff, right? From the district level down to the site level, right? The counseling department plays a huge role in this. One of the best things that we've been able to do is to get together with site counseling teams. And just today, we went on a tour with the Chavez site counselors and said, here's your CTE programs. Here's our vision for it. Let's go figure out what they're doing in there. Because our counselors really are the doorkeepers, right? And to help them to understand what is going on in the program. Like I said, part of my job is being an educator. And so getting out there and making sure that that's clear so it can be communicated to students.
I won't ask any questions because I know the time is far spent, but I have a contact for you. And then the 1852 we are looking to support. So Krista, this is for Hope Cat. I met them at an event over at Stag. So they're doing work over at Delta College to get our boys and girls in with them. So.
Thank you.
Yes. No questions, because I've been in your office, I don't know how many times already. Super excited to support you all. I'm still meeting with unions across as close as I can. I have no problem driving far if that's where I have to go to expand our partnerships with unions. But that is my goal, and the word is getting out with all the unions. And so I'm just super excited to see it grow, and I see some competition brewing among other programs, Avid and stuff, and all the other stuff. But just throwing some friendly competition out there. But I'm very proud of you all. I appreciate all of the work that you guys are doing to bring this, because every person and every union that I've talked to has said that they are so 1000% behind it, and they're willing to throw in and do whatever they have to do to improve and expand your program. So kudos. You guys, Trustee Mendez called it, your energy on this department, and this is everything, and it's showing. So thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Really just to kind of tail into that there. I see how CTE complements everything we're doing in the district. I think it's that thread that can help bring things together. The things that students learn in Avid, it's them forward, it's helping them get ready for careers. In a CTE class, now they're getting a chance to learn and they're getting to apply it. And we get to collaborate around the data as professionals in the PLC model.
And one of the recommendations that I got from some of the union members was they want to come to our fairs, to our building and stuff, but they want to have a space where they can actually do their work in the room. So if it's a carpenter, they want supplies and something that they're doing. If it's electrical, they want an electrical thing there. So just comment.
I hear you. Thank you all.
Good job. Thank you all. Moving on to item 9.1, approval of the second reading for Board Bylaw 9320, meeting and notices, and Board Bylaws 9324, minutes and recordings. Can I get a motion?
Stevens, motion to approve.
President Flores, second. Discussion? Roll call vote.
President Flores,
Yes.
Vice President Stevens.
Yes.
Clerk Colon.
Yes.
Trustee Donaire.
Yes.
Trustee Mendez.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0 with trustees Rico and Zulueta absent. Thank you.
Item 10.1. Board committee reports. If we could just make those really short. We're gonna give us maybe 1 minute for board committee reports. Yvette will read the oral announcement and announce each board committee for a report. Christina will be the timekeeper. 1 minute.
This is the opportunity to hear any reports from board committees, specifically regarding prior or upcoming committee meetings. There will be a 1 minute limit per person. The first board committee is City of Stockton Parks and Recreation Committee from Trustee Donald Donaire.
Good evening, everyone. I'm just going to share the January 2023 winter storm damages report from the San Joaquin County Parks Division. During the winter storm events, the Parks and Rec Division sustained damages at a majority of the regional and community parks. Damages include flooding, debris, fallen and damaged trees, power outages, electrical issues, property damage. The Parks Division estimates over 160 lost or damaged trees, with the majority over 120 plus trees at Mickey Grove alone. Parks that sustained major damage include Mickey Grove Regional Park, Oak Grove Regional Park, and Mickey Grove Golf Links. As a result of major damage at Mickey Grove, portions of these parks may remain closed through the remainder of the calendar year. Intermittent closures throughout the remaining parks may occur to complete necessary repairs. So just look out for that as the weather clears up.
Next committee is San Joaquin County School Boards Association Executive Committee, also Trustee Donald Donaire.
So the only update that I have is that there's going to be a legislative advocacy meeting in the middle of March. I've applied to it, so I'll give updates at the end of March in the board meeting then.
3x3 committee from Clerk Colon.
So we do have a scheduled meeting for March the 27th. It's a Monday, 5:30 here in the boardroom, and we do have a draft agenda. So we want to start advertising for the public to join us in that meeting and just come listen to what we have to share between the board and the city council members.
Lastly, 1852 Foundation by Vice President Stevens.
Sure. 1852, we actually met just yesterday. Yesterday, kind of far away. So we decided to honor Mr. Hagerman, Dr. Mark Hagerman, who was a longtime employee at Stockton Unified, former assistant superintendent. He gifted the 1852 Foundation a huge lump sum of money. So we'll be implementing the Dr. Mark Hagerman Scholarship for SUSD student moving forward. So just want to make sure that we honor him in a really big way and his legacy to Stockton Unified and his commitment.
Moving on to item 10.2, brief reports on trustees' activities. And again, we'll stick to make that 2 minutes each. Okay, one minute.
This is the opportunity for each trustee to make a brief announcement or to give a brief report on their own or recent activities at the district pursuant to Brown Act Code Governing Code Section 54954.2A3. There will be a 1 minute time limit per report.
Hello again, this is Trustee Donaire. Yesterday I went to Hazelton Elementary. They had their Stockton Kings Assembly. It was really fun. They brought their mascot. It was really hyped. The kids were super loud. Got the chance to be. And then I caught up with or met after school program facilitators on site, and I met with the principal and assistant principal for the first time, and I plan on making a full school site visit next week.
Okay, so keeping it really brief, I just want to recognize August School Parent Liaison, Mr. Francisco Figueroa. Just because when I went to visit that school, they spoke so highly and they just really valued him as a parent liaison. just how he communicates between the parents and families and with the school principal, the staff. He seems to be like the heart and the central person at that school. And so I just want to recognize him, and I'm looking forward to visiting all the rest of the schools in Area 6 by the end of March, at least once. So I'm halfway there. And then really quickly, I will be holding another coffee with Trustee Colon on March the 18th, Saturday, at DF Donuts, again, from 8 to 9 in the morning. So I just look forward to just being open and available to hearing from the community. And with that, I'm also receiving emails and phone calls and text messages from folks. So I'll be following up as I can. Thanks.
Thank you all. I'm just going to keep it short and brief. I want to brag about our Merlot students. A couple of our kids earned plaques for their outstanding work in their mock trial, and one of them earned a $500 scholarship. So Merlot is kicking butt in the courtroom in our San Joaquin County. So these are students that are from a very not so great neighborhood that are coming out of doing some good things. So super proud of them. We're going to be, the board's going to be doing listening tours across the district with different departments. So this way all the district staff can feel heard and valued. And I've been doing a lot of president role job stuff behind the scenes. So I haven't been able to get to a lot of my school sites, but I am keeping in communication with my school sites. And so I hope to get to see them very soon. Thank you.
And I'll pass my time.
Thank you. I would like to talk about McKinley. The parents are very happy. I see them cross the street. After that, we have some coffee in Mi Ranchito. Also, Dolores Huerta, the parents are planning to do something, and they want to discuss it first with the principal. I let them know, follow the process. Anyway, everything is right now, so far, everything looks okay. Thank you.
And I would like to motion to approve 10.3, 10.4, and 10.5 to vote as one. They are approval of minutes for January 19th, January 24th, for the special board meeting.
I will second.
Okay. Roll call vote.
President Flores.
Yes.
Vice President Stevens.
Yes.
Clerk Colon.
Yes.
Trustee Donaire.
Yes.
Trustee Mendez.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0 with trustees Rico and Zulueta absent.
And then we have item 10.6, which is approval to establish an appointment of trustees to a new subcommittee. We originally had it for Vice President Kenita Stevens to chair that committee. Yeah. Oh, okay. So we're gonna appoint Vice President Kenita Stevens to the committee. It was the Black, I don't have my computer. Black student. So can I get a motion? Oh, no motion. Do we have to prove that, Diane?
Well, it's set as an action item, so it's an action to approve, and the language is there, the recommended action.
Hit, Two more. Okay, so we'll go ahead and appoint. I'll help you with that one. I'll be appointed to that committee, and Trustee Donald Donaire. Can I get a motion to approve?
Motion to approve, Stevens.
Second. Oh, second by Donald. Can we do all roll call? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, all those in 5. Moving on to item 10.7, a conference report from board members after school board activities. We'll start from Trustee Cecilia Mendez and a 1-minute response.
Okay. We have a fabulous, time over there. It's just the snow was really bad. We couldn't even get out of the building, but I was able to be in the critical hope Vehicle for Equity. I was able to meet all these teachers, together with me, and they were concerned about their future in education. They talk about the hope allows the teacher and the student to ask critical questions and examine the root causes of the society problems and how they impact many challenges in the student's life. A lot of teachers were video, and I was listening to them and the concerns how children come to the school and how they cannot succeed. Also, the young teachers, they would like to be more appreciated, especially it was a comment and it really touched me from Florida and Kansas, how they really want to help the kids, but also they want to be helped by the school districts. I think that it was very touched. Thank you guys. And if you have any questions, our secretary, Christina, have all the books that I bring for the many topics.
President Flores, just a suggestion.
Oh, we got the time.
I'll pass my time if that's okay.
Do you guys mind if you want to? Actually, I'll let Clerk Colon go ahead and do 1 minute response on what we did and how many classes and workshops we went to.
I think as a new trustee and new to, this is my first time being at NABE, I really just listened. I just wanted to go in with an open mind and just try to soak in as much as I could. I really enjoyed and appreciated going, hearing from Native American language learners and issues, all the way to learning about the term emerging bilinguals from attending 2 sessions talking about Black students in dual language programs and expanding our notions of Latinidad and what we can do to be more inclusive. So I learned that term, emerging bilinguals. I learned the term heritage language learner, which helped me because I'm not fluent in Spanish. My mother was, and my grandmother, and it's always been one of these things in my throat where, it's just one of those things. I'm not fluent, but learning about these terms really opened my eyes and my heart.
I think between the 3 of us there, we attended, I think, about 4 to 6 workshops a day. And we were there 3 days, 4 days. Yeah. And I can't forget, I did 2 school sites over there that were Mandarin and Vietnamese schools. And I was really, really impressed on how a kindergarten could speak in Vietnamese and Mandarin and not be Vietnamese or Mandarin and be able to hold a whole conversation and have the teacher talking to them. And then I was in awe and amazement because there was no way ever in my life that I would be able to understand what these kids were learning in that classroom. So kudos to them. I'm looking forward to what Stockton can do. And moving on. 11.1 superintendent report.
I will move on so we can save time.
Okay, 11.2, approval of a fiscal crisis management assistance team study agreement for the superintendent's office. Can I get a motion?
Motion.
I'll second. Discussion? Roll call vote, or actually, can we do all roll call vote? So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any abstentions? Any nays? Motion passes. Item 13.1, approval of 2 FTE translator interpreter specialists and 1 FTE program technician for the language development office. Can I get a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Any nays? Any abstentions? Motion passes. Approval of district salary schedules for SUSU, police, STA, CSEA, chapter 318, and management. Can I get a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any abstentions? Any nays? Motion passes. 14.1, live streaming of all public governing board meetings. Can I get a motion?
Motion.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Any abstentions? Any nays? 14.2, adoption of resolution 22-72, authorizing procurement of UPS equipment, public contract code, section 20118.2. Can I get a motion?
Motion.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Any abstentions? Any nays? Moving on to item 14.3, adoption of resolution 22-73, authorizing procurement of firewall equipment, public contract code, section 20118.2. Can I get a motion?
Motion.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All roll call votes say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any abstentions? Any nays? Motion passed. And the meeting will adjourn at 10:54.